Danny, Liz yelled. What, I asked, knowing I had got caught staring. Again. You are so weird, she muttered, rolling her eyes. We were sitting on my balcony, watching the Weirs got to school. Well, I was just staring at the lake, watching the waves come and go. Says the witch, who thought it would be cool to see what happens if she set her hair on fire. It's not like you weren't there to drown me after. I had to wait 2 days before I could use my powers again. Danny. I said I was sorry, and besides, you know what happens to my powers every full moon. Yeah. Like I said, you are so weird. I just shook my head and looked back at the lake. My name is Daniela Ramirez, and I am a water witch. Yeah. I know I sound crazy, but it's the truth. I am 16 years old, and I have only one friend. Liz. Who is, if you haven't guessed it already, a fire witch. Our friendship is odd because, well, fire and water are no compatible, but she is the best friend anyone could ask for. We don't go to school because, according to the king, our brains are not capable of understanding anything. So only the Weirs go to school, and only boys actually graduate because the females have to have as many babies as they can before they turn 18. Any witch that sets foot on school grounds will be sent to the dungeon for however long the king sees fit. Personally, I think the king has a stick up his body. But no one can say anything to him without it being called treason. So Liz and I sit out here on my balcony and watch the Weirs go to school. It's either this or we work on new spells, but since we blew up the kitchen yesterday, we have to stay upstairs. I sighed and rubbed the birthmark on the inside of my wrist. It is in the shape of the moon, and my parents say it will give me great power when I get older. School is pointless for me. I know all of this anyway. So why bother? Father says that to be a good king you need to act like a normal were. Bloody hypocrite. I sighed and turned my attention from the history of our kind to the window. She is there with her friends, sitting on her balcony, watching like they always do. Something about her intrigues me. Her hair is pitch black and makes her skin look even paler. Her eyes are the oddest green color I have ever seen, and yet it all just makes her even more beautiful. But she is a witch, so having these thoughts it wrong. Especially for the future king. My name is Farron Aarons, and I am the future king. I don't want to be king. I'm only 17, but it's wither this or disappoint my father to the point that he exiles me. The only good thing about being king would be to put an end to these laws against the witches. They have done nothing that I am aware of, and I see no reason to punish them for nothing. I think my father made the laws in fear that they could overrule us. I have never met a witch before, but I see no reason to fear them. If they had wanted to overrule us, they could have before. But they haven't. They have tried to live in peace with us, but my father refuses to see that. He is afraid especially of the Ramirez witches. He says that there is one with the mark of the moon that will be the downfall of our kind if we are not careful. He says that the full moon gives her extraordinary powers that she has yet to control. But I wonder if my father actually listens to what he says, or if there is a wall blocking the words from his ears. This so-called witch does not exist. She is myth. Running through the woods as a wolf is calming. All of my pent-up energy is released, and it's just me and the wild. Full moons are the only time all wolves are out at once. It can be crowded in some places, but being a royal has its perks. Only royals are allowed to run whenever they want. I think this is the only rule I follow, and my father can get very angry if you don't follow his orders. Farron. I growled low in my throat when I heard the voice. Of course she would find a way to be allowed out tonight. Leave. I wanted to be alone and think about the beauty that has been clouding my thoughts for over a month. But did she listen? Of course not. But baby. I growled and pounced on her, pinning her small form to the ground. You dare ignore a royal's wishes? You know you didn't mean what you said this morning. I meant every word, and if you don't leave now I will have to explain your death to the council. Jamie. I hopped off of her and continued on my way, very aware that she had shifted back into her human form. The only reason she wanted me was because I was a royal and I hated it. I wanted someone to want me for me, not because of my soon-to-be title. But that hope was useless. I've 2 months to find a mate, otherwise my father will pick one for me. I shuddered at the thought. He knew what I wanted in a mate, and he disagreed with everything. He thinks I need someone that will do as I say when I say. But I don't know. I want someone that can stand up for themselves and not be such a whiny person. I ran to the lake, knowing it was the only place I could get any quiet. I burst through the brush and immediately shifted back into human form. I wanted to swim and not have to dry my fur after. I wandered through the forest slowly, making sure no one knew I was here. If I got caught, it could mean a beating, and I did not want that to happen. I walked through the brush towards the lake soundlessly. I've been out in the forest so many times it's relatively easy. I stopped walking when I heard a splash. No one was out that I could sense. But that didn't mean much, seeing as how I couldn't sense words. Of course I should have went back to my house, but my curiosity got the best of me. I walked through the brush and ended up by the lake, staring at a boy who was completely naked, by the way, as he swam. I stayed silent as I watched, feeling like a complete pervert. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. He turned around and I froze. Oh. My goodness, this is not good. A twig snapped from behind me and I turned. Standing on the bank of the lake was the girl I couldn't get out of my head. She froze when I turned, so she probably recognized me as the prince, but what I didn't expect was for her to stay rooted in her place. Usually people run in the opposite direction. Especially witches. Why me? I mean, I know I don't exactly listen or anything, but really. I stared at the future prince who was completely naked. I couldn't move, and it wasn't because I was afraid, it was because he was completely gorgeous. Who are you? He asked, getting out of the water. Oh. Why did he have to do that? That is none of your business. I snapped, looking everywhere but him. Because I was having a very hard time not looking down. Do I have to tell you the laws? Which he took a step forward, and I stepped back. With all due respect. Your Highness. I know the laws, and there is no law that says I have to tell you my name. He looked taken back that I knew that. No, but the laws does state that you are to do as a were says. He took another step forward. In case you haven't noticed, I don't exactly follow the rules. I saw him nod from the corner of my eye, and before I knew it, I was pushed against a tree with his body pressed against mine. You should. He ran his nose along the side of my throat, making me shiver. All of a sudden I couldn't find my voice. I felt butterflies in the pit of my stomach. Or what I thought were butterflies. I've never been this close to a boy before, and this feeling was so new. And it scared me. Now tell me. What is your name? His voice was so close to my ear. His breath fanning my face. And his body fit perfectly against mine. I shook my head. If I told him my name, then I would most likely be beat for being out past curfew. Please tell me. I won't turn you in. Something in his voice made me trust him no matter what he was. Daniela. Daniela. She whispered her name, almost afraid. And she was afraid. I could smell it on her. I could also smell that she was getting aroused by the way we were pressed together. My name is Farron. I ran my nose along the side of her throat again, enjoying her scent. She smelled so different from anyone I had ever met. It was like lilacs and vanilla mixed with something else that I could put a name to. I could tell what she was from the moment I saw her, but it took me a few seconds to recognize her face. She was the beauty I had been watching and thinking about. Seeing her up close made me realize that there was no way to describe her. She looked so fragile and small, and yet she held herself with such power. She was gorgeous and yet chose to wear boys' clothing, and she let her hair cover her face. I need to get home, she said, trying to squirm out of my grip. You can leave if you meet me here tomorrow night. She looked up at me with her eyes wide. B, but tomorrow is the full moon. Unless you want me to turn you in. Fine. She got out of my grip and ran back the way she came. Good night. Daniela. Why did I agree to meet him tomorrow? Oh. I know, because I'm a moron. That little mutt is probably telling his daddy right now. I can't believe I finally got caught. And by the were prince no less. I mean, I always figured I would get caught sooner or later. But I always figured it would be later. But on the bright side, he's hot. Oh my word. What am I thinking? He's not hot, he's ugly and. Ah. Oh bother, why can't I think of anything? Because you don't know him. So, that has nothing to do with anything. Right. That's why you can't think of anything to say other than he's ugly. Well, he is. Aha, you keep telling yourself that. I will. Thank you very much. Oh. Boy. I was too caught up in arguing with the annoying voice in my head to notice that I was back in my home. In the kitchen, to be exact. Hey. I heard that. Ugh. Great, it's back. Wait. Who are you anyways? I'm you, stupid. Ha. Huh. Right. If you are me, why are you insulting me? Because you are stupid. See. If you are supposed to be me, then you are just insulting yourself too. So then that makes you stupid too. Did I just have an argument inside my head? Oh. I'm going crazy. You already were. The annoying voice sang. I'm going insane, that's all there is to it. Danny. My mother called walking down the stairs. How does she always know I'm up? Yeah. Mom, what are you doing up? I was. You were what? Oh. My goodness. She knows I snuck out. She always knows somehow. But she never tells Dad and never yells at me, and honestly it's scary. I was arguing with myself. Oh. Darn. Niece, one dumb person. What, it was the first thing I thought of, and it's not like I'm gonna tell her what I really did. You were arguing with yourself. She said slowly, like she had heard me wrong. Yay. About what? See, my mom is very nosy, and when I tell her things like this she just goes overboard. A boy. Ooh. What boy? What's his name? What does he look like? How old is he? Where did you meet him? Are you using protection? She asked all of these questions in one breath. What, Mom? Seriously? See, told you so. What, Danny? I'm too young to have grandkids. She said as if it were obvious. Yeah. Okay. I walked out of the kitchen to the living room, knowing she wouldn't leave me alone until I answered her questions. Our house wasn't small, but it wasn't like some massive mansion either. It's a Victorian-styled house. I think. And it's just home. I grew up here and I love it. His name is Farron. He's, well, very good looking. I don't know how old he is. I met him at the lake tonight. And I have no intentions of sleeping with him. I said all of this in one breath, hoping she would miss certain parts of it. But from the look on her face, I think she heard it all. Sit. I did as I was told. My mom doesn't yell, but she does pull the "I'm disappointed in you" card. Danny. What were you doing out at night? You know it's against the law. He could have turned you in or even killed you. I know, and I'm sorry. But I just needed to get out. I felt like I was going insane in here. Alright. So, now, tell me more about this boy. Did I forget to mention my mom's boy crazy? Yay. She is. Don't get me wrong, she loves my dad, but she also thinks that I should have a different boyfriend every week. SAS said it's normal. Whatever that means. I whined. I didn't want to talk to her about him when I was just arguing with myself about whether or not I thought he was hot. No buts. Now talk. Can we talk tomorrow? I'm really tired. I gave her the puppy dog eyes that works every single time. Fine. She huffed. But I do hope you use protection. With that, my mom went to bed. Oh. Great. I walked up the stairs slowly, looking at the pictures of my parents when they were younger and the picture of me as a child. When I got to my room, I noticed my window was open. I thought I shut that. Of course, I talked to myself. I shut the window and didn't bother changing out of my clothes, and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. But not before I heard a wolf howl. That night, I would like to say I had a dreamless sleep. I would like to say that I didn't dream about the were. But that would be a huge lie. That night I couldn't get the image of him out of my head. When I was sure she was gone, I shifted into my wolf form and followed her scent. It should be gone by the morning, seeing as how it's supposed to rain, but I wanted to make sure she got home safe. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to her. These possessive thoughts are starting to scare me. She's a witch. I should have turned her in for being out tonight, but instead I asked her to meet me at the lake tomorrow. But the thought of her being beaten or anything else makes me angry. I feel like I want to kill anyone that would try to hurt her. I followed her scent to a medium-sized home. That would look like a shack compared to the mansion I live in. It looked homey, like people actually live there, unlike other homes around it. Danny, I heard someone call and I couldn't help but listen to their conversation. Yeah. Mom. Her voice made me weak at the knees. And wow, I sound like a girl. I wanted nothing more than to waltz in there and kiss her. But right now I wanted to know some more about her. I followed the outline of the house to the nearest window, which was unlocked. Shifting back into a human, I opened the window and climbed into the room, only to be swarmed by her scent. The room was smallish and a total mess. Clothes were strung across the floor while books littered the desk. The books were nothing more than spells and charms. Lists of herbs and other things a witch would need. But one caught my eye. The cover was ruined, looking over 100 years old. The brown book had no title to it and was all in Latin, the one language I didn't know. Father said it was a useless language and that there was no reason for me to learn it. I opened the book and tried to make out some of the words but had no luck. I would just have to have her tell me what it says. I put the book back and was about to climb out of the window when the door opened. I figured you'd come here. The woman looked like an older, freer version of Daniela. Excuse me. She just smiled and handed me a letter. Give this to your mother for me. Theron. I stared at her confused as she walked from the room. How? Who? What? I shook my head and climbed out of the window when I heard her footsteps coming up the stairs. It was one thing for her to see me naked in the forest, but a whole other when I was in her room. I shifted back into a wolf and ran home carrying the letter from my mother. I would find out soon how she knew her, and I would also find out more about Daniela tomorrow night. Running is the only time I'm free, where I don't have to listen to anything but my instincts. It may be just because I'm a royal that I don't have to listen, but either way, it's the only time I can think clearly. In human form, my mind is full of the things they teach us as the terrible place they call school. It is full of such trivial things as who I would take to a dance or who hates my guts enough that they would want to put their dirty socks in my locker. Humans think we are monsters that don't care for anyone but ourselves, which is true in some cases. But in the world we live, if you don't look out for yourself first, you end up dead. They think we go about killing their kind for the fun of it. Some do. But for the most part it is to make sure our families are safe. In some ways humans are worse than we are. Wers have never died by the hand of one of their own, unless by accident. Humans and witches have killed our kind for centuries and shown no remorse. They kill without a second thought for such stupid things. We kill to keep ourselves alive, and yet they make us out as the bad guys. The humans think Witches are just people with mental issues. But in all reality they exist. As do demons, shifters, vampires, and other creatures humans think are just myths. They don't see them because they are better at hiding than we are. Their kind do not hold grudges as we do. They do not want revenge for what witches and humans have done to their kind. Which is why people think they don't exist. Humans in the past have hunted everything they do not understand. They hunt what is no like them. Because they are afraid. They think we will kill them first, so they make the first play. It's actually amusing to watch humans try and figure out our next move while they go to school with us. They are utterly clueless that they live with us because their government is scared stiff of my father. The government only lets a select few know that we live alongside of them so that it doesn't cause a panic. But they know we exist. They think the only way to know if a person is a fire is to see if they shift during a full moon. Of course I'm not going to disclose any of the other ways. But it is funny. They talk about ways to kill us or trap us to get information when we're sitting right there beside them. Humans are clueless most of the time, and that's what makes my day amusing. Faron hun. Where have you been? My mother's voice brought me out of all of my very annoying thoughts. Having a clear mind isn't always such a good thing. I was at the lake. I told her once I had shifted back. My mother was a smaller woman, barely reaching 5 feet, but her temper made up for her size. She had red hair and the greenest eyes ever. She was beautiful to say the least, but no one could compete with Daniela. Who's the girl? She asked, smiling widely at me. My mother could also read anyone like an open book. I don't know if it's a gift or if she's just good at reading people. But it can be very scary when you're trying to hide something. Like I am now. There is no girl. I stated, no, looking her in the eye. Way to go, Farron. Now she'll believe you. How right. What's that? She asked, eyeing the letter I had momentarily forgotten about. Okay. So there is a girl and her mom gave me this letter for you when she found me in her room. I stated. It was better to just tell her the truth than lie and get yelled at later. Who? She said her name's Daniela and she's a witch. I mumbled the last part under my breath, hoping she wouldn't hear, but of course with her brilliant hearing she did. A witch, Farron? Do you know what your father would do to you? I nodded. My father hated witches with every fiber of his being. Though he is too cowardly to actually kill any of them. Let me see the letter. She held her hand out for the letter, and once I gave it to her, she pointed towards the stairs. Go put some clothes on. I walked up the stairs and barely got halfway up them before my mother called me back. Done? What? I asked, irritated. Don't you what me, young man? What did you say the girl's name was? Daniela. A smile lit up her face, and I was confused. Go change. She yelled, walking into the kitchen, still reading the letter. My mother is very strange sometimes. Water calms me. Don't ask why, because honestly I have no idea. It may be because I'm a water witch or just maybe me. But either way it does. I've always loved being in the water, but being a witch means I can't always have what I want. It confuses me sometimes, but I just don't bother asking my mother and father anymore. It's useless. Right now I'm sitting in the bathtub swirling the water around. It would probably look normal if it weren't for the fact that the water is suspended in mid-air. Now, usually water calms me like I said, but now, however, nothing can calm my nerves. I have an hour before I'm supposed to meet Farron at the lake. But for some odd reason I don't feel afraid about seeing him. I feel like I'm going on a date. You know how you get all nervous and keep checking your outfit? That's how I feel. It's odd because I should be wondering if he will turn me in, but I'm not. Something inside me is saying he wouldn't turn me in, that he wouldn't let anyone hurt me. Which is just stupid. I better change. What am I supposed to wear? Oh Lord, I'm going to see the doomed werewolf prince, and my biggest worry is what to wear. Danny. Honey, I know you like the water, but if you don't get out now, I have a feeling Farron is going to come here looking for you. My mom said through the door, but how did she know? Mind reader. Darling. She said triumphantly before I heard her footsteps going down the stairs. Darn it. My mom's a mind reader, and well, you have to have a mental shield up around her all the time unless you want her to know everything you're thinking. What am I supposed to wear? I mean, am I supposed to dress up or just dress the way I usually would? Gah. There is something wrong with me. I think all of these girl talks my mom's been having with me have gone to my head. I shouldn't be worrying about what to wear, should I? It's not like I'm going on a date, so why should I worry about my clothes? Ugh. This is just too confusing. Maybe I should just go without clothes. She's already seen me naked, so why not, huh? I'd love to see her face if I did. It'd be so funny. Darn. 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 Honey. Is there a reason you're up here, expressing yourself loudly at your reflection? My mom asked, poking her head in the door. I don't know what to wear, I said, blushing slightly. Aw. How cute. Okay, so where exactly are you meeting her? The lake. Farron, the lake, during a full moon, you know there will be. Where's all over there? Are you trying to get the poor girl killed? She screeched. It's a good thing my dad wasn't home. No, I wasn't thinking when I said for her to meet me there. Oh no. I'm a moron, I was too caught up in her scent that I kinda forgot tonight was the full moon. Well, you better make sure nothing happens to her. Because if it does, I will personally kick your body for her mother. She threatened. Wait. You know her mom? Yes. We grew up together. She waved her hand in the air, dismissing the subject, but I was still confused. Really? Yes. Honey, you know I'm human. Her mother was one of my closest friends. That is until I met your father. She looked upset about this fact. Why? Really? You are going to ask why I couldn't be friends with a witch when I was mated to a were. Oh. Right. I shook my head of the thoughts and went back to rummaging through my closet. Honey, just wear what you normally do. I highly doubt Daniela's have as much trouble as you are. After she left, I threw on a random black t-shirt and some faded jeans. Tonight is going to be very interesting. Where is that little mutt? I've been here for over a half hour, and he still isn't here. I swear to goodness if he's set me up, I'm gonna kick his body. Ha. Good luck with that, How come your inner voice always comes out when you need it the least? Naughty person. Do I look like a female dog to you? You want the truth or a lie? Lie to me. No. No, you don't. Ah. Ahem. I turned around and misjudged the distance between us, because when I did, I came face to face with his chest. And the t-shirt he was wearing didn't hide his sculpted abs at all. What took you so long? You know, just because I'm a witch doesn't mean that I don't have things to do. And are you done rambling because of my hotness? He asked, smirking. No. His smirk grew. No, I meant. He chuckled and ran his hand up and down my arm, leaving goosebumps in its wake. It's fine, I have that effect on a lot of girls. I glared, and that just caused him to smirk again. Is that all this boy does? Whatever. So, what did you want? I snapped, pulling away from him. This boy was so not good for my hormones. How often do you come out here? He was not oblivious to my being uncomfortable, and from the look on his face, he was enjoying it. Often. Come on. Daniela. He sighed, and when I looked at him. Big mistake, by the way. He looked frustrated. Whenever I can sneak out of the house. I turned my gaze from his chest and to the water. Daniela, I love the way he says my name. Whoa. Where did that come from? I felt myself getting lost in the water, and when that happens, only I can bring myself back. It's like it's another dimension where I can relax and don't have anyone there to bother me. It's my happy place. What the heck is wrong with this girl? I was trying to ask her questions so I could protect her if she decided to sneak out here again, and she just starts glowing. And yes, I did say glowing. It's freaky. Her skin is tinted blue like the water, and her hair started flowing like it would underwater. Altogether she looks gorgeous. Farron, what are you doing out here? And, whoa. Oh goodness. Mother of all goodness. Why did he choose now out of all the full moons to come out? Any other night would have been fine, but now I was just making progress with her, and now I'll have to lie my body off to protect her from my own father. Dad, I said, trying to block his view of the still clueless witch behind me. How can she just enter her own world like that? I mean, you would think she would be super aware of her surroundings, but no. She just stands there, staring at the water with a serene look on her beautiful face. Focus, Farron. Who is she? He asked, glaring slightly when he saw the blue glow of her skin. No one. She's no one, Dad. Darn it. Now would be a great time for her to wake her body up. Don't lie to me, Farron, especially not for that witch. He was angry, but I wouldn't let him take her. She's mine. Whoa, what, did I just say mine? Yes. Mine, she's mine. No one else can touch her. Son, he asked skeptically, staring at me in confusion. And was that fear? What? What in the world? Son, calm down, she's just another witch, nothing the world can't live without. He waved his hand in the air dismissively. No, she's not just another witch. She's mine, do you hear me? Mine. If you touch her, I will kill you. Where the heck did that come from? No. She's not just another witch, she's mine. Do you hear me? Mine. If you touch her, I will kill you. What in the world is this mutt's problem? And why do I feel all warm and fuzzy from his words? I must be going crazy. What, she is a witch? Do you understand what that means? I blinked and turned around, staring at the two weirs arguing before me. When did his father get here though? Yes. I know she is a witch, and I don't care, she's mine. Farron took a step forward, and his father took a step back. Why is he afraid of his own son? That's just stupid. Farron. I whispered. For some odd reason I was afraid for his father's life. He didn't appear to have heard me and kept advancing on the older man. His father backed up to a tree and stood there cowering, staring at his son. But why? He's the king and yet he is afraid of his own son. It just doesn't make sense. I took a step forward and slowly made my way to Farron's side, afraid of what he might do. Farron, I said, my voice still a whisper. He didn't react. I put my hand on his arm and he froze. His father glared. You little bad person. What did you do to him? It happened so fast that if I would have blinked I wouldn't have seen it. Farron's fist connected with his father's jaw and I heard the crack before the pain shone on his face. Call her that again, and I'll make it so you can't talk. I blinked. This wasn't Farron. Sure, I didn't know him very well, but surely he never acted like this before. I tugged on his arm. Come on. Leave him. When he turned around, I was scared stiff. His eyes were black and his lips were pulled back over his teeth with his jaw unhinged. To say the least, it was creepy. Darn. My head hurts. What happened? Now I remember that witch hit me with a stick. Hey, mutt, you up? Why does her voice make me feel attracted all the time? Yoo-hoo. I know you can hear me. Fine, have it your way. Smack. Oh. What in the world was that? For I screamed, sitting up in a very comfortable bed and glaring at her. Yai, your eyes are black again. She muttered, backing away from the side of the bed slowly like she was afraid I'd hurt her. Wait. My eyes are black, but that means... Oh, dear. I jumped out of the bed and it only then that I realized my settings. Where am I? My house. I couldn't very well take you back to yours, she whispered, still backed into the corner. Do you have a mirror? Okay. Dumb question. Of course she probably has a mirror, every girl does, don't they? Bathroom. I nodded and then realized that I didn't know where the bathroom was. The door behind you. I walked into the bathroom and stared into the mirror. When I saw my reflection, I knew what was happening. Whenever a were turns 18, they've reached full maturity, and the first full moon after their birthday they meet their mate. Seeing as how my birthday was yesterday or last night, I guess. And the full moon was last night. I've reached my full maturity, and that means that Daniela is my mate. Well, curses. This couldn't get any more complicated, can it? God, I hope not. I think you should leave. Even saying those words, her voice makes my heart race. But the pain from her words was still there. You want me to leave? I watched my eyes in the mirror, and it took all the strength I had to keep the black from them. The last thing I wanted was to scare her. Yes. I think that would be for the best. She whispered, and I could still sense her fear, but I don't think I could leave her. Ever. I turned around and watched her. She wouldn't meet my gaze, and she looked as if she'd been up all night. Even though she still looked gorgeous to me. I don't think anything could change that. No, you don't. You don't want me to leave. Do you? She just nodded and kept her gaze on the floor. Look me in the eyes, and tell me you want me to leave. She took a deep breath and met my gaze. I want you to leave. Farron. I'm not yours. What she said made a part of me angry, and I wanted to show her just how wrong she was. Part of me wanted to make sure she knew she belonged to me and no one else. But I knew that would just scare her more than anything. Yes, you are. My voice came out harsh and cold, and when she flinched, I regretted saying anything. No, I'm not. I don't belong to you or anyone else. You need to leave. Now. Her voice, even though still a whisper, was strong and confident. It hurt. I won't lie. Her telling me to leave. That she wasn't mine hurt more than anything I have ever felt. I took a step towards her and her fear increased. I stepped forward. She stepped back. This continued until her back hit a wall, and I was right in front of her. I'm not gonna hurt you, Danny. But I'm not leaving. You are my mate. I don't know how or why, but you are. I won't let my father get to you. All right, I grabbed her chin and forced her to look at me. Okay, do you trust me? Yes. That's why I'm scared. I shouldn't trust you. I shouldn't be anywhere near you. I sighed. Why did she have to be right about that? Why couldn't things just be simple for once? Trust me, I know. But I'm not gonna let you run away from me. Got it? If you do, I'll catch. She gave a small smile, and my eyes stayed locked on her mouth. God, I wanted to kiss her so bad. Just do it already. She wrapped her arms around my neck, grabbed a handful of my hair and pulled my lips to hers. He's been unconscious all night. I think I might have hit him a little too hard. Sweetie, stop beating yourself up about it. You're giving me a headache, my mother said, rubbing her temples. Sorry. But it's not really my fault. He's the one that attacked me. I was just defending myself. And his father. What kind of messed up thing is that? The guy wants me dead and I protected him from his own son. Sounds like a backward soap opera to me. I mean, come on, really. I thought the guy was supposed to protect the girl from his dad. Whatever. I don't even know why I hit him. He just scared me, so I did the first thing that came to my mind. Grabbed a branch and hit him over the head with it. Yes. Maybe I should have just tried to talk to him. But he was freaking shifting right then and there, and when I tried to calm him down, he turned on me and tried to bite me. Now I don't know about anyone else, but I don't do that. The funny thing about it is that his dad screamed like a little girl before he fainted. Now tell me, does that sound like the fearless We're king everyone thinks he is? 'Cause I'm having trouble picturing it. Oh, for God's sake, go wake him up. My mother walked out of the kitchen, mumbling something that sounded a lot like I'm gonna end up with puppies for grandkids. I walked up the stairs to my room and stopped at the door. Fear was still the main emotion I was feeling, but I didn't know if I was just afraid of him or not. I mean, I could have left him in the forest, but I brought him back here. Which I think really screwed up my back. I don't know why I brought him here. But something was telling to not leave him there with his father, so I listened and brought him here. My mother wasn't happy, but my dad thought it was just plain hilarious. He just stood in the doorway and laughed while my mom and I tried to drag Farron's large body into the house. Chicken person, I stuck my tongue out at my dad, who was still laughing. Danny. The poor dog's unconscious. What's he gonna do to you? I don't know. I hadn't told my mom or dad that he'd flipped because, well, my dad would have probably tried to find his dad and my mom would have tried to handle the situation while he was out. I feel so loved. Haha. What's so funny? I just shook my head and tried to hide my fear from my dad. See, he's an empath, so keeping things from him isn't easy. With a mind reader for a mother and an empath for a father, I don't really get away with things. It'll be fine. I nodded and opened my bedroom door. He was flopped on the bed, one arm over his head, feet dangling over the bottom and the other hand hanging off the edge. To say the least, he looked comfy. Hey, mutt you up. I felt angry. He did attack me and I just brought him home like a darn pet. I think I have serious issues. Yoo-hoo. I know you can hear me. Fine, have it your way. Payback's a thing. My hand connected with his cheek and he shot up. His eyes went from their normal color. Did I ever say what color his eyes were to the menacing black they were last night? Fear coursed through my veins, and I stumbled back away from the bed. Your eyes are black again. He looked confused for about 2 seconds before he jumped out of the bed. My eyes lingered on his bare chest and I could feel a blush forming on my cheeks when I thought if what my mother said. But that would never happen. Right, where am I? He looked around before his eyes settled back on me. My house. I couldn't very well take you back to yours. Do you have a mirror? The look on his face confirmed that he thought he had just asked the dumbest question ever. Bathroom. He nodded and looked back at me confused. The door behind you. He walked into the bathroom, and I could see him staring at himself in the mirror. It took me a few minutes before I could make myself walk to the bathroom. Also, he just continued to stare his reflection and it looked like he'd figured out something, but right now I just didn't care. I think you should leave. My heart broke saying those words and I wanted nothing more but to take them back. But I couldn't. I wouldn't. You want me to leave? He didn't look at me. Just kept looking at himself in the mirror. Yes. I think that would be for the best. I whispered. Because I was sure if I spoke any louder he would know I was lying. Farron turned around and I shifted my gaze to the floor. I don't think I could meet his gaze without crying. No, you don't. You don't want me to leave. Do you? I nodded. Look me in the eyes and tell me you want me to leave. I took a deep breath. I should have known this was coming. I want you to leave. Farron. I'm not yours. Anger crossed his features before his eyes softened. But his jaw was stiff. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Yes, you are. The cold harshness of his voice caused me to flinch. And I thought I saw regret flash through his eyes. But I couldn't tell since it passed so quickly. No, I'm not. I don't belong to you or anyone else. You need to leave. Now. I kept my voice a whisper, but it came out confident and strong. Which were the last things I was feeling. He took a step forward and my heart rate increased. My fear increased, and I stepped back. It was like a dance that I wanted to end. I didn't think I could control my emotions if he got closer. My back hit a wall and he stopped in front of me. Not touching. But close enough for me to feel the heat coming off his body. I'm not gonna hurt you, Danny. But I'm not leaving. You are my mate. I don't know how or why, but you are. I won't let my father get to you. All right, he grabbed my chin and forced me to look at him. When I continued to stare at the floor. Okay, do you trust me? Yes. That's why I'm scared. I shouldn't trust you. I shouldn't be anywhere near you. I was right and he knew it. It was wrong for me to trust him, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I could trust him with my life. And that would probably get me killed. Trust me, I know. But I'm not gonna let you run away from me. Got it. If you do, I'll catch. I gave a slight smile at his attempt to make me laugh. His eyes were on my mouth and I wanted nothing more than to kiss him. Just do it already. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Which wasn't easy since he's so darn tall. Grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled his mouth to mine. So you're immortal? I asked Farron, throwing a piece of popcorn at him, hitting him in the nose. He scrunched up his face and glared at me. Were you even listening at all? He asked, throwing a piece back at me. He missed and I started laughing. We're currently laying on my bed staring up at the ceiling. While he tries to explain, we're things to me. Tries being the operative word. Nope. It's too confusing. I mean, I knew there were pixies, vampires, banshees, demons, and fairies, but I didn't know that they were all at war with each other. I didn't know there were all of these laws and things. I mean, I was happy being ignorant about all of this stuff. I sighed. We'd been sitting up here ever since our makeout session in the bathroom. Which my mom took a picture of, by the way. Talk about embarrassing. He'd explained about Wer's reaching full maturity and stuff, and somehow we ended up taking different sides in the war between the vampires and the fairies. Yay. Well, being the future king has its perks. He muttered darkly. I just sighed again before rolling on top of him. Much to his surprise. I ran my nose along his jaw, laughing lightly when he reacted. Are you that interested? He narrowed his eyes. Would you rather I didn't react to you at all? I thought about it, and it would have hurt if he hadn't. No. But goodness. My parents are downstairs. Not to mention that your father's probably looking for you. I was kidding. Kinda. I wasn't going to rush into intimacy with him. Yet. We'll see. I rolled my eyes and laid my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. You didn't answer my question. Yes. Wers stop aging when they reach their full maturity. Which is 18. I nodded, but I was scared on the inside. God, I feel like Bella from Twilight. Having an immortal boyfriend just isn't something I ever thought would happen to me. What happens when I get old? Or I die, ugh. I have a headache. Why, you're not gonna go all Bella from Twilight on me, are you? You watch Twilight. He looked away from me and blushed. I couldn't help it and started laughing so hard I rolled off of the bed. Ha. It's just so damn funny. Ain't it? I nodded, still laughing, but stopped when I saw his face. What are you gonna do, Farron? He got off the bed and threw me over his shoulder, and started walking down the stairs. Farron. What are you doing? He continued to ignore me and just walked from the bottom of the stairs through the living room, the kitchen, and outside to the side of the pool in the backyard. Did I forget to mention that? Oops. Farron. Don't you dare. My mom and dad stood smiling in the doorway. Mom with a camera. Perfect. Why do I have to be the one stuck with those two for parents? I mean, aren't they supposed to be upset that I brought an unconscious boy home and now he's gonna throw me in the pool? Great. What's wrong? Danny, I thought you liked the water. I could hear the smirk in his voice, and I just wanted to slap him for it. Farron. I don't want to go in the water. Please. I'm sorry, I laughed at you for watching the sparkly vampires. I said it loud enough for my parents to hear, and sure enough my dad just couldn't resist. No kidding. Are you sure you're straight, boy? I mean, it's okay if you aren't, but still. I would like to know if I should guard myself around you. My mom elbowed him in the ribs before pinching his ear and dragging him into the house. I started laughing again, and Farron set me on my feet, still staring at the doorway. Was he serious? My dad doesn't joke about himself. His face was a mixture of horror and shock. Yes, he was kidding. Farron. That's just the way my dad is. His mouth formed an O, and he sat down in one of the lawn chairs. Are you okay? He just nodded before standing up. He walked over to me, kissed me lightly on the lips and walked towards the forest. I'll be back in a little bit. Try to stay out of trouble. All right, I didn't get a chance to answer before he disappeared in the trees. Well, looks like my dad just scared him away. Didn't take him very long though. Usually the guys stick around for a couple days. I sighed and walked into the house and watched my parents argue over the TV, trying to hold back tears. I didn't know why I was crying, but the tears kept coming. My parents were too caught up in their own argument to even notice that I practically ran to my room and cried into my pillow. I had no reason to be crying, but I couldn't stop the sobs erupting from my chest. The werewolf, why did I leave? She'll never talk to me again for just taking off like that. But I needed to get away. I couldn't deal with all of this. It all happened too fast. How do you think she feels? Stupid. Darn. I thought I told you to never come back. Oh. And where am I supposed to go? I don't know. Away. How am I supposed to go away when I'm just your mental voice? I don't have legs or arms. So, how am I supposed to move? I don't know. But I need to think, and you sure as heck ain't helping me. Well, maybe if you'd shut up and listen I could help you. But no, you just want to keep arguing, and you don't even see the tree in front of you. What tree? Oh darn, where the heck did that come from the ground? Dumbass. Oh, you're just so funny. Aren't ya, Farron? Why are you talking to yourself? My head snapped in the direction of the voice so fast I think I gave myself whiplash. Because there's no one else to talk to. Wow. 'Cause that didn't sound dumb at all. Oh, so you don't want to talk to your dear mother about why your father is calling you a traitor? Or why he's talking about exiling you? Oh, she's mad. Not really. I muttered under my breath, ignoring the voice in my head. Too bad. Now talk. One thing you don't want to do is anger my mother. So I told her everything that she didn't already know. I told her how I flipped on my father, how I threatened to kill him, and how I ran because I got scared of everything happening too fast. You do know that you just messed up anything that could have possibly happened between you two, right? I kinda figured. But I just didn't know what to do. It all happened so fast. I don't want to hurt her, but I don't know how this would work. She just nodded and started pacing back and forth in front of me. Does she know you two are mates? I didn't want to lie to her, but she seemed to take it all well. That's probably because it hasn't sunk in yet. Sweetie. Why do things have to be so complicated? That's life. Now come on. Let's go back so I can meet my future daughter-in-law. This should be interesting. The witch, why am I crying? It's a pointless waste of my time. It's not like crying will change anything. But it seems to make it easier for me to think things over. Things have been happening so fast. It's scary. One minute I go from thinking he's gonna set me up to be killed and the next I'm his mate. Ugh. This is giving me a migraine. Wait, what's the date? The 19th. Oh. I know why I'm crying. It's that time of the month. God, make me feel like a desperate girlfriend. Ugh. I need to calm down and think before I start bawling again. It's not that big of a deal. Right. He said he'd be back later, and he wouldn't lie. Would he? God. I sound like an obsessive girlfriend now. I don't like it. I feel desperate and I've never felt that before. Danny. Hun, you okay? My mom asked, walking into my room, not bothering to knock. I'm fine. My voice was muffled by my pillow, but I knew she heard me. No, you aren't now. Tell me what happened. Did you two have a fight? She sat down on the bed and started rubbing soothing circles on my back. Dad scared him away. I didn't know if that was true or not, but I wanted to see what my dad's reaction to that would be. Already darn. Usually they last longer. Are you sure he isn't interested in men? I laughed. Leave to my dad to always make me laugh. Even when you shouldn't. Oh. Would you quit it? Can't you see your daughter is upset? Why would she be upset? If that boy can't handle me asking if he's interested in men, then he should just retreat. Oh. That's a lovely picture. Dad. Thanks. No problem. I sighed. It was probably nothing. But I can't help freaking. I feel like I'd if he never came back. Which is just stupid. I wouldn't die unless I got so depressed I decided to end my life. Which will never happen. At least I hope it won't. Danny. Your boyfriend is back with his mom. My eyes went huge and I sat up to stare at my dad, who had a small smirk on his face. Well, this should prove to be an interesting night. The witch walking down the stairs. My nerves were going haywire. Why would he bring his mother here? Oh. God, what if she doesn't like me? Wait. Why should I care? Because she's the mom. Oh. Right, that's why. My father was downstairs in the kitchen doing something, and my mom was down there talking to them. Me. I was frozen on the spot, staring at the woman who I can only assume is Farron's mother. She looked so familiar and I had the urge to run and hug her as tightly as I could. Which I didn't understand. When I finally talked myself into going downstairs, I watched the woman, trying to figure out where I knew her from. My mother looked up at me and smiled, causing the other two to turn and look at me. Farron smiled and came over to me, wrapping his arms around my waist, holding me tightly to him while he kept muttering, "Sorry," over and over again. But my attention was on the woman standing in front of me with her arms around my mother's shoulders. Aunt Laura. She smiled at me and nodded. She wasn't my actual aunt. She and my mother were just so close it was like they were family. I remember when I was little how she would sneak away from her husband to come and visit. She'd always tell me stories about her son and say that she wouldn't be surprised if her son and I ended up together. I never knew before that she was talking about Farron though. Danny. I haven't seen you since you were 5. My look at how gorgeous you are. I can see why my son chose you. I blushed at this and cuddled closer into Farron's chest, trying to hide my embarrassment. Wait, you know each other? He looked so cute when he was confused. Yes. This is the little girl I would always tell you about. Well, she's not exactly little anymore. She trailed off as her eyes drifted over us and how close we were standing. Oh. It's so cute. We need a picture. Oh my goodness, Sarah, do you have a camera? My mother nodded and ran to the coffee table, looking through the drawers for the camera she keeps there. MOM. We whined at the same time, just making our mothers laugh. I didn't see how it was funny, but whatever. Hush. It isn't every day your son mates with your best friend's daughter. I sighed and my mother shot me a look. So I stuck my tongue out at her. And of course she took a picture of it. Sometimes I wonder if my mom ever actually grew up. Maybe she's still a child just in an adult witch's body. That would be kinda creepy. But funny too. Wonder what my dad would think of that one. Daniela, are you even paying attention? They both glared at me and Farron chuckled softly from behind me. The darn chicken. No. They both sighed, looking at each other. To be honest, it was weird. They were like long-lost sisters, separated at birth, or something. Smile. I barely had time to register what she said before the camera went off and left me seeing spots everywhere I looked. Of course my dad decided to walk in after the pictures had been taken. He has this weird phobia of having his picture taken. Really, it's just funny. I remember when I was little I had this old camera that didn't work. But my dad didn't know that. And I would chase my dad around the house trying to take his picture. He never did find out that the camera didn't work. Though. David, my look at you. You sure have gained some weight. Haven't you? Aunt Laura said, smirking at my dad, and I couldn't help the small laugh that escaped my mouth. Oh. So I see your boyfriend is back. I glared at my dad and Farron shifted uncomfortably behind me. Who would have thought he'd be scared of my dad, 'cause I sure as heck didn't. I'm not interested in men. Sir. My dad just nodded and rolled his eyes. Have you been picking on my baby? David dad frowned and looked away from her, afraid. The werewolf. So. What are we gonna do about your dad? Daniela asked. Her head laying on my chest as we listened to her parents and my mother joke around downstairs. Sometimes I wonder if any of them have ever actually grown up. Or if it's all just an act. I don't know. But he doesn't know, and I'd like to keep it that way. I ran my fingers through her hair, watching as her eyes rolled back in her head. My mind was on other things at the moment. But with our parents downstairs, they were very inappropriate at the moment. I don't think she'd like it too much if I tried to advance when her parents could hear us. How long do you think we can keep this from him? She looked up at me. Her eyes filled with worry. I don't know. When he finds out, all chaos is gonna break loose. Though. I said, feeling a sense of dread wash over me. Once my father found out about us, he'd kill her or die trying. She didn't say anything else after that, and soon my eyelids got heavier and heavier until finally sleep enveloped me. Dream I was standing in the middle of a cemetery at night. A man was standing several yards in front of me, seeming to have not noticed my presence. I could smell his tears before I saw them running down his face. The man looked familiar, but I couldn't be sure. His face was hidden in the shadows of the trees in the moonlight. He fell to his knees soundlessly, pulling a broken body into his arms. I took a step forward, freezing when a twig snapped under my shoe. But the man's attention was stuck on the body that lay in his arms. I took another step and another and so on until I stood directly behind him. His head lifted, tears running down his cheeks, and my blood ran cold. I stared back into my own eyes, not daring to look at the body my dream self was holding. I already knew who it was. I could smell her familiar scent. But I didn't want to believe that Daniela was dead. I watched as my eyes turned black. Watched as I morphed into a wolf, and watched frozen on the spot as my dream self attacked my father. End of dream. Farron. Wake up. Farron. You're hurting me. My eyes snapped open at the sound of her voice and I frowned. What did she mean I was hurting her? I looked down and saw I was gripping her waist a little too tight, seeing a bruise already forming on her skin. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was doing that. My eyes ran over her face several times, noting that she didn't appear to be in any pain and the worry in her eyes. Are you okay? She asked, a frown creasing her forehead. Yay. I'm fine. Why, I said, trying to play it off. But inside, I was shaking. If anything happened to her, I don't know what I'd do. Because you're shaking, she murmured, placing her hand on my cheek, forcing me to look into her eyes. What's wrong? I had a bad dream. Why did admitting this to her make me feel like a spineless baby? Why did I feel like I should have lied to her instead of admitting a weakness? Saying that I had a bad dream made me feel like I was too chicken to protect her from anything. And I don't like that feeling. It scares me to my core to think that I couldn't protect her from my father. Even if it was just a dream. Why do I feel like there's more to it? She asked, sitting up in her small bed, effectively moving herself away from me. I don't know. There isn't. It was just a bad dream. Danny. Nothing for you to worry about, I said, trying to be nonchalant about it. wrapping my arms around her tiny waist and pulled her back to me. Right. So, if there's nothing wrong, why are you being so cuddly? I could hear in her voice that she was smiling. But there was also worry there. Well. Fine, then, if you don't like it, I can always go home. She snorted. Knowing I didn't mean that. As her nose ran along my collarbone. A growl sounded low in my throat and she smiled against my skin. Placing a small kiss there. You don't mean that, and who's to say I'd let you go anyway? She asked. Straddling my hips. What makes you think you could stop me? I asked. Trying to keep my focus. Her mouth pressed against mine. Stopping the intrusive thoughts. Are you sure I couldn't stop you from leaving? She asked, pulling back ever so slightly. Smiling when I pouted at her. You could stop me from leaving. But that was just a tease. I pulled her mouth back to mine. Stopping what would probably have been a smart-ass comment. Jaime, I told you he was being brainwashed by that witch, she said, smirking at her king, who was staring in shock as he watched his son through the window. So you did. But tell me, Jaime, what do you get out of this? He asked, turning to her. His eyebrows pulled together in a frown as he thought of a way to get rid of the witch. I get Farron. Of course. Of course you do. Of course you do. The witch. I frowned and pushed Farron's hands off of me. I'm tired, and don't you have school tomorrow? He snorted. Do you honestly think I'm gonna leave you for that long? His eyes darkened. You are a tease. Danny. It was my turn to snort now. And you aren't. You were the one that started it, and then you decided to play Mr. Morals and make me wait until after I let you mark me. Faron grinned. All the more incentive for you to let me mark you sooner. Honestly, I don't see why you wanna wait. I just have a bad feeling about something. Like my gut is trying to tell me that something isn't right. What do you mean something isn't right? Something's not right with us. Even though his face was blank, I could hear the underlying hurt in his voice. I wanted to tell him the truth. That I didn't see how we could be together. But I couldn't bring myself to say it. Well. No, but I just feel like something bad is going to happen. Okay. That wasn't a lie. I just didn't tell him all of what I thought. So that isn't all bad, is it? Did you ever think it could be your nerves? The hurt was gone. Replaced by a smugness that irked me. Awfully full of yourself there, aren't you? I asked. Through clenched teeth as his hands roamed over my body. I will never admit this to him, but he did make me nervous. But that had nothing to do with what my gut was telling me. Yes. And if I had my way, you would be focused on me too. Okay. That was just forward, and I'm thinking from the laughing. I'm hearing from downstairs. My dad heard what Farron said. I thought dads were supposed to want their child to remain modest. Not find their boyfriend's advances funny. I think my dad heard you. The smug look was wiped from his face and he looked frightened. It would have been funny if I could concentrate on his face and not what his hands were doing underneath my shirt. Is he going to seriously injure me? Danny, I snorted. My dad has this humongous fear of blood and male anatomy, so I doubt that will happen. Now, my mom, on the other hand, might just do that. No. He won't, but my mom might. Farron's eyes went wide. His face paled, and downstairs, my mom started laughing. See your mom I am scared of, so why don't you sit on the other side of the bed so I can keep my hands to myself? He pushed me off of his lap and onto the opposite side of the bed. I pouted at him. Chicken stuff. Honey. I value my well-being, and I would very much like to keep it intact. So it's fragile. His eyes narrowed on me as a growl ripped from his throat. You know what I meant, and no, it's not small. Would you like to see? No. She would not like to see. I squealed and scrambled off of the bed, staring wide-eyed at Liz, who stood in the doorway, hands on her hips, glaring at me. So this is why you haven't been talking to me? Because you're stuck in your room getting all close with the War Prince. She looked so upset. But I knew better. She was really bubbling with satisfaction. Waiting for me to give her details that I wasn't comfortable giving. At least not yet. How was I supposed to tell her exactly what was going on when I wasn't sure myself? You know I have a name, right? Farron asked. Faking a look of hurt, Liz cocked her head to the side and studied him. A frown creasing her forehead. You know, I don't see why you'd want to be up here with him anyway. It's so obvious he's not very well equipped for any kind of fun. A startled laugh escaped my mouth before Farron silenced me with a glare. Was it my fault Liz had the nerve to say that I didn't think so, but obviously Farron did. If it were anyone else I would be rolling on the floor, laughing from just the sound of Liz's voice when she said that. She sounded so casual, like she was just discussing the weather with him and not his attributes. Then of course there was the look on Farron's face. Priceless. What's up, Liz? I asked, trying to get them to stop glaring at each other. But did it work? Heck no. It only made me the focus of their glares, which really angered me. What is wrong with you two? If you don't quit looking at me like that, I might just have to let your mother know what you were planning to do. Farron blinked once and twice before giving me a sheepish smile. Sorry, Liz. Daniela was just questioning my assets before you walked in, so I guess it just irked me that you were too. I snorted, trying to hide my blush of embarrassment when my dad started laughing downstairs. It sounds to me like your audience agrees with her questioning. The smug look was wiped from Farron's face and I smirked. I knew there was a reason I loved Liz. Marcus. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. It wasn't possible. Any moment now he'd wake up in his silk-sheeted bed with his wife by his side and everything would be normal. He did not just see his son kissing a witch. Especially not that one. Darn it. He'd worked his entire life to make sure this wouldn't happen. He'd worked so hard and now it was all going down the drain. Maybe he was just the fool that Psychic had said he was. Maybe he couldn't stop the prophecy from coming true. No, I won't allow it, he screamed to the empty room before him, throwing a vase of roses against his reflection in the floor-length mirror, watching with mild satisfaction as the glass shattered. He'd worked too long for this to happen. He wouldn't let this woman eradicate his kind. He wouldn't allow his son to turn on his own people. Even if what the Psychic had said was true, there would be no rebellion from those witches. He would not lose control of his people, and his son would not be compromised by that female. His world would stay as it had for years. No one would change anything. He would stop this even if he had to kill his own son in the process. The witch. So you're saying you aren't going to tell your dad about you too? Liz asked, frowning. Looking back and forth between Farron and I that I was afraid she would give herself whiplash. How can you not tell him? I mean, he is the king, so he's bound to find out sooner or later. She has a point, you know. Our heads snapped to the doorway where my dad stood watching us all with an odd expression on his face. He looked almost sad. Which for my dad is an odd expression. What do you mean? If I tell my father, he'll have you all killed. He won't allow it. My dad nodded, walked into the room and sat at the edge of my bed, while my mother and Farron stood in the doorway. Yes. But Farron, honestly, he'll be even angrier if you don't tell him and he finds out from someone else. She had a point, but I don't think Farron wanted to see that. He shook his head and frowned at his mother. If I tell him I'm sentencing them to death, you know that and I know that. If I wasn't so worried about it, then I would have told him when I found out. He was in her face now, his eyes going black. His entire body was shaking and it looked as though it was painful for him to not change. But then again, I don't know anything about that. She held her hands up in surrender. Farron, calm down. I know you're worried, but think about it. If he finds out that Daniela is your mate from someone else, how do you think he'll react? She was trying to reason with him. But Farron was beyond reasoning. A growl tore from his chest before he stalked from the room, stomping down the stairs and out the door to the backyard. No one said a word. No one dared to breath. Aunt Laura turned to me with tears in her eyes, silently apologizing for something she hadn't done. She hadn't done anything wrong in my eyes, so why was she apologizing? I stood and followed him out the door, surprisingly finding myself angry with him. She's his mother and she was only telling him the truth. So why is he acting like she's purposely trying to hurt him? Farron, he didn't turn. Didn't say a word. He made no move to acknowledge that I was even there, and that irked me like no other. Farron. What's wrong? She's only telling you the truth. He sighed. I know. What the heck? He knows. That's all he's gonna say. That's why I'm so worried. When he finds out, he'll kill you. Danny, and I can't let that happen. I just can't. His voice broke, and when he turned to face me, I saw that he had tears in his eyes and that they were still black. It won't happen. We just have to be careful about how we tell him. I tried to make my voice sound convincing. I really did, but it's very hard to lie to a were when your entire being is shaking in fear. I knew that once his father found out, all chaos would break loose. It was only a matter of time. Nice try. He smiled slightly. But it didn't reach his eyes. He was as scared as I was, if not more. He wrapped his arms around my waist, holding me tightly to his chest. I could hear his heart beating, and the soft rhythm was putting me to sleep. Which is not what I need right now. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to distract me from the truth of our situation. But this time it wouldn't work. If you don't tell him, he'll find out from someone else. Sooner or later. He tensed against me, grabbed my upper arms and leaned away to get a good look at my face. Don't you dare. I swear if you go anywhere near him I will discipline you, Daniela. That shouldn't sound like a good idea to me. It shouldn't make me yearn for him. Now is not the time to be focused on intimacy. Now is the worst time ever to think about this. But I can't seem to help it. I can't seem to stop the thoughts racing through my mind right now, and it's scaring me. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, I whispered, kissing his collarbone. Farron groaned. You're teasing me. Again. Danny. If I start now I won't be able to stop. His grip on my waist tightened, one hand sliding down to hold me close. So then don't. His eyes flashed and his lips met mine. Deccan watched through the small window, with some emotion he didn't understand, lodged in his throat. As they interacted, it was an odd gathering. To his knowledge, Wers hated witches. But apparently his knowledge about it was wrong. The Wer Queen seemed almost at home in the room with 3 other witches, and that he didn't understand. If they were such a threat to her kind's lives, why would she be here? Why would she be smiling and laughing with them when she should be fighting them? To say he'd been shocked when the king showed up at his doorstep was an understatement. He made it his mission to stay as far away from any other supernatural creatures as he could. Obviously it hadn't really worked, but right now that wasn't his worry. Fairies were naturally solitary creatures, and on a good day he would have been able to cloak his home from the king. But that hadn't been a good day. At first he'd tried to cloak his scent, but the king had refused to leave. When he'd been offered a place in the kingdom he'd laughed in his face. But the king had made him change his mind. He'd heard the rumors that the king would do anything to solidify the witch's surrender, but he never imagined he'd be willing to kill his own family in the process. It just wasn't heard of. Once were mated, nothing else mattered but their mate's safety. But the king had only shrugged and told Deccan to make it look like an accident. He'd said that if his wife got in the way of what he'd ordered done, then her fate was her own fault. Deccan had stared back at the man in shock. But he had no other choice but to agree. He wouldn't risk his sister's life to save people he didn't even know. Not even the witch. He was finding himself fascinated with sitting in the window. He shoved away the guilt of what he was doing. It wouldn't do any good. He'd made up his mind and he wasn't a creature built to back down. He pulled the lighter from his pocket and walked silently into the house, cloaking himself from their senses. All he needed right now was to be caught in a fight with 3 witches and a were. He'd already drained most of his power, watching them the past 2 nights. The king had been very exact in what he wanted done, and Deccan was not going to be taking any chances. He walked silently up the stairs, stopping outside the door where he could hear them talking. "Are you sure he won't hurt Danny?" Her voice alone did strange things to his mind and body, reacting in a way he never had before. This was normal for a fairy close to maturing, especially one that hadn't taken a mate yet. But that didn't mean he had to like what the witch was doing to him. It would be just his luck to mess this up because he couldn't think straight with her so close. She's his mate, and besides, I taught Farron better than to hurt a young woman. Unless, of course, she deserved it. Of course. He thought sarcastically. From he'd found out in his brief research of the future king, he'd had a knack for being very flirtatious before he'd found his mate. Deccan frowned. Why should he care? It's none of his concern what any of these people are like. He's here to kill them, so what does it matter? The witch, my entire body hurt. But in a good way. The mark on my neck was sore, but I guess that because Farron had to bite me, I'm gonna get him for that. Once I can talk myself into getting up and away from his very warm, very close body. I don't think I've ever been more tired than I am right now, and I just woke up. What is up with that? When I thought about being intimate with Farron, I never thought it would be by the lake we met at. But he said it would be more romantic. You wanna know what I think? I think he's full of it. Because now I am freezing, and there are bugs trying to eat me alive. The next time he tries to drag me out here, my shoe is going up his backside. Then we'll see how romantic he thinks it is. Will you go back to sleep? His arm tightened around my waist and he pulled me tighter into his chest. I looked up to his face and saw he was wearing a peaceful smile that made him look adorable. But there was no mistaking that he was awake. His breathing was labored and his arousal pressing into my lower back was definitely not going away. Now, why would I want to do that? You don't seem to be going back to sleep. I turned so I was facing him fully and kissed down his neck, across his collarbone. He growled low in his throat but made no move to stop me when I bit him lightly at the base of his neck. His hand moved from gripping my hip tightly down to my butt, where he patted me. Farron, he blinked down at me innocently. What, you're allowed to have fun, but I'm not. Now that doesn't seem very fair to me. Danny. He rolled so he was hovering above me, bracing himself on his forearms. I would have smacked him. I would have scolded him severely, but I couldn't seem to find the words. My breath caught in my throat at the sight of him above me, smiling down so mischievously, and I just stared. No one asked you for your opinion, I whispered, half afraid that this was all a dream. That reality would come crashing back down on us at any second and there would be no way to escape it. I knew this wouldn't last. That we would have to face his father, but why not? For just right now. Enjoy what time we have. Because surely it wouldn't last very much longer. Would it? What's wrong? Are you hurting? He rolled off of me and pulled me into his lap, rubbing soothing circles on my bare back. Danny. Come on, talk to me. Tell me what's wrong. He looked close to hysterical and sounded desperate for me to talk. Maybe I'm not the only one worrying about how this is all gonna work out. I feel fine. A little sore, but I'm fine. I was just thinking. What if he already knows? I knew he could sense my fear and I didn't care. I was scared intensely and he had every right to know why. If none of this had happened, we wouldn't be here. If I hadn't met him, then I wouldn't be worrying about whether or not his father was going to kill my family. But then we wouldn't be together. I wouldn't be here with him right now, and he'd probably be out being promiscuous. Wow. What a pretty picture that is. Ew. I doubt it. Unless he had someone following me like before. He shut up instantly, and I frowned at him. Very confused. He sighed. When I was little I used to follow you around. Don't know why, but I did. My mom used to say it was adorable. But my father hated it. He sent someone to follow after me to keep me away from you, and well, I killed him. You killed him. Why does that seem like a foreign concept to me? The thought of him killing anyone just seems absurd to my mind. But it's not. He nearly killed his father before. I saw it. So why is this seeming like a joke? He was going to kill you. I had no choice. He said as if he was ashamed when all I was thinking was, ah, which is totally weird because that isn't sweet, is it? He killed someone to protect me. Why am I finding that appealing? Gah. He messed up my hormones, that's all it is. Well, then. Thank you. He looked at me shocked for about half a second. Before I kissed him and started something that will have my entire body aching afterwards, I'm sure. Deccan flames flickered around the house as the roof caved in, collapsing on top of those still inside. The guilt was eating at him terribly now. But he shoved it away. Or at least he tried. The screams. Good God, he couldn't get their screams out of his mind. What had he done? He should have never agreed to do this. He should have just sent the king on his merry way. But his sister. He couldn't leave her to her death. He couldn't. So he'd done the only thing he could, and now he hated himself for it. He'd had to tie them to chairs in the room to keep them there, and he deserved every vile look he'd gotten for it. He would rot in consequence. He knew it, and he deserved so much worse. But he'd had no choice. Had he? His sister was only 11. She knew nothing about the world, and yet this evil creature was willing to kill her to get something. He was willing to see his mate and son die to keep his kingdom safe from something that was bound to happen sooner or later. There was no way to avoid the rebellion that was ensuing. No way to stop the witches for seeking their revenge, and everyone knew it. Everyone except the King. He refused to see the truth of the world, to see that he was doomed to die in a horrific way for all the pain he's caused. Deccan would gladly see the man die for what he's done. But will it be enough? Will their revenge on him solve anything? No. He knew it wouldn't. It wouldn't bring back those he'd had killed. It wouldn't ease the pain that the witches felt. It would only cause more. Deccan ached for something he knew he would never have. Family. His family was murdered when he was just a child, and now he gone and done that to another. His actions would only cause her more pain that she deserved. But he couldn't take that back now. You can't erase the past no matter how badly you want to. The werewolf, something isn't right. The smoke in the air hadn't been there before. The echoes of the screams. The missing of the warm body that was next to me only moments before. I pulled my jeans and shirt on, not bothering with shoes, and ran after Daniela. Whatever had happened wasn't good, and I had a feeling that my father was behind it all. I followed her, sent back to the house, shocked at what I saw. Her home was ablaze. The heat too hot even from as far away as I stood. But what scared me was that I couldn't sense anyone besides Danny. No one. My mother. Her parents and Liz were all gone. And there was nothing I could do to ease her pain. Rage tore through my body like a knife through butter, and I didn't stop the change. I was barely aware of Daniela standing, bracing herself against a tree as sobs overtook her. And I ran. Only one person would have done this. Would have no second thoughts about killing anyone, and he was going to pay. The witch pain. Is it possible for one person to feel so much pain in their life and survive? I sure as heck hope not, because I don't want to. They're gone. All of them, and I should have stopped this. I could have stopped this. But it's too late. Tears were streaming down my face. Sobs tearing from my chest, and I couldn't stand. I slid down the tree and watched the flames, wondering what they would feel like. Surely, nothing could be more painful than this. It isn't possible, is it? I'd woken up to the smell of smoke and followed it. But I never expected this. What was the point in killing them, my parents? Laura. Liz, they hadn't done anything wrong. Had they? No. It was only me. It was all my fault. All of this. If I had listened to my parents when they told me to stay in the house at night, then they would still be here. Nothing would have changed, and they wouldn't be dead. They wouldn't have burned alive in a fire that I could have prevented. What was the point? I hadn't expected any answer. I knew I was alone. Whoever had done this was long gone by now. Probably enjoying whatever payout they got for a job well done. I hiccuped and watched the flames. I could end it all right now. I could walk into the burned house and be done with it all. It could be that simple. Something in my life has to be that simple. Right. What would be the point in ending your life now? My head turned to the voice and I frowned. Nothing. No one was standing there. No one was talking to me. But the voice hadn't been in my mind and it wasn't right. If I ended my life now, it would spare Farron a lot of pain. He would get over it. He isn't even here now. He's probably still asleep. Not caring what's happening, I pushed myself up from the tree and took a tentative step forward. Testing to see if I could actually walk into the house. Testing to see if I had the courage to end it. My family was gone. Farron wouldn't miss me long. Would he? No. He'd get over it and I could be free. Free of the pain. The knowledge that this is my fault. Free from it all. But could I do it? I was halfway to the place I called home now and I froze. It wasn't home anymore. If my parents weren't in it, then it wasn't home, it was only a shell of it, what it had been. Of what had been taken away from me by a man who never deserved to breathe again. He didn't deserve to call himself a man. He didn't deserve anything, and yet no one would stop him. Everyone was too afraid. I took one step. Then another and another. All I had to do was walk up the stairs and into the fire. But I was stopped. Arms wrapped around my waist. Pulling me to the ground beneath someone's body. I struggled. Wanting to end it. I couldn't do this without my parents. I just couldn't. Daniela. What the heck do you think you're doing? Huh, goodness. Are you trying to end your life? You don't go into a burning house, do you hear me? In the back of my mind. I knew that voice. I know I did. I knew whose body was holding me down, whose hands were forcing me to stay on the ground, but nothing mattered at this point. I knew what I wanted, and it wasn't to be stuck here in this hell. Let me go, darn it. Farron, let me go, he growled back at me, pushing back into the ground. Through my tears I could see the pain on his face. In his eyes, but I didn't care. I can't do this. I want out. I don't want to do this anymore. They're dead. Do you understand me? All of them dead. And it's my fault. If I had listened in the first place, none of this would have happened. I whispered the last part. My body finally giving in to the exhaustion that was threatening to take control of me. He didn't say anything. Like he knew that I didn't want him to talk. He just held me while I sobbed into his bare chest. Rocking me back and forth like a child. I felt like a child. I felt so small. So broken that I couldn't do anything. I couldn't form the words I wanted to say. I wanted to blame him for all of this. I want to hit him. Make him let me go. But I couldn't remember how. I couldn't remember how to make my body function. All I could do was sit and watch as my home. My parents. My best friend. The woman I thought of as an aunt. All burned to the ground under the moonlight. We sat there for I don't know how long. But eventually the house burned down and Farron forced me to leave. I fought him the entire way. But that only proved to piss him off, so I sulked behind him. He hadn't told me where we were going. Only saying that it wasn't safe for us to be near the house now. He'd said he'd went after his father, but he couldn't find him. So we had to be careful about what we did and how long we stayed somewhere. My mind was sluggish. Not really comprehending what was going on around me. Memories flood my mind at an unstoppable rate, filling me with a sense of dread that is all I have left. The first birthday I remember. The day I met Liz. My first botched spell. My mom always telling me not to go outside. My dad's crazy antics. I even remember Aunt Laura coming around and gushing about how adorable I was as a child, and now it's gone. All of it. There's no way I can get them back. No way to go back in time and stop this. I can't fix this problem. No one can. No one can bring back my family. My best friend. They're gone for good and it's all my fault. You know, I used to poke fun at the people who wallow in their own self-pity. I used to be outraged when someone would blame themselves for someone's death when they really had nothing to do with it. I guess that makes me a hypocrite then. Right, I could never understand how someone could feel that if they'd done something different, then a certain person wouldn't have died. But now I guess I understand. I guess I have no right to criticize anyone when they say this because I'm doing the same thing. I know I couldn't have stopped this. In the back of my mind, I know nothing I could have changed would have made a difference, but that doesn't stop my mind from wondering. It doesn't ease the guilt that I'm feeling. The pain of the loss. Will it ever go away? It wasn't your fault. There's nothing we could have done. I knew he was right. But that didn't matter. I tore my hand from his grip and glared daggers at him, wishing I could just blame this all on him and run away. Run away from the pain. From everything. Because like it or not, this isn't over. No. It's far from over, and I don't want to face what's coming. I want to run and hide like the coward I am. Nothing we could have done. Do you hear yourself? We should have told your father when all this happened. We should have told him everything, and then maybe my parents and Liz wouldn't be dead. He stared back at me coolly, detachedly, waiting patiently until I finished. He looked as though his last bit of control had broke. Murder was written all over his face, and for once the blackness of his eyes didn't scare me. Like it should have. Yes. We could have told him. But that doesn't mean we should have. If we would have told him, he would have killed you and your family. Is that what you wanted? I understand that you lost your parents and your best friend, but you aren't the only one that lost people you care about. You should stop being so self-centered and get over it. His voice was calm, cool and collected, making what he was saying hurt that much worse. He looked ready to jump out of his skin, and at the moment it didn't matter to me that I could get hurt for pushing him too far. I'm not being self-centered. I just lost the only family I ever had. Excuse me, if I'm not taking all this like it's nothing. You're acting as though your mother meant nothing to you. But I won't. His eyes narrowed a second before they turned completely black and I was pinned to a tree. His eyes looked darker, more sinister than they ever had before when his wolf threatened to take control, and yet I still wasn't afraid. I think a part of me wanted him to hurt me, so I could hit him back. Make him react in some way. Is it normal for someone to just shut down after they lose someone they care about? Because that's what it's looking like to me. It's as if Farron isn't here anymore. Like he's hiding in his shell, trying to shield himself from the pain he knows is coming. Like the only way he can deal with this is if he acts like it never happened, and that scares me. What happens if he never accepts the truth? What if he can't get over this and is never the same again? I don't know if I can help him. But I can't deal with this. She was my mother, of course she mattered to me. He whispered, his grip loosening on my arms until his dropped to his sides. His head was hanging. His shoulders slumped and it sounded like he was crying. I can't do this. Danny, the only way I know how to deal with this is fighting back. He killed them because he knew it would get a reaction out of me, and then he runs like a scared little girl. It just doesn't make sense, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of his games. I just want to give up. I guess we're more alike than I thought. He knocked on the door, waiting rather impatiently for the fairy to answer. He hated having to resort to working with one of them, but he had no other choice. The fairy had done the job he'd asked, so now he would get his payment. A smile lit his face. Oh, he would get his payment, all right. Marcus looked down at the limp little girl in his eyes and grimaced. It would take him forever to get the scent of fairy off of his body now. But it was worth it. His son and that witch were wounded now. They knew what he would do to them if they stood in his way, and yet it wasn't enough. He wanted them dead, so he knew for sure they wouldn't interfere with his plan. No one could interfere. If they did, he would kill them himself. If he had to. The door cracked, its occupant looking briefly through it before it swung open fully. Gwyn. What the hell did you do to her? You said she was alive. Deccan was his name. Not very original, if you asked him, but then again he really didn't care. Marcus resisted the urge to cringe when the fairy pulled his no longer breathing sister into his arms. She was alive. Our deal was that I return her. You never said she had to be alive. Next time you should really clarify what you mean. Marcus turned, walked down the sidewalk, and left the weeping fairy to tend to his dead sibling. He could have upheld his end of the deal. But then again, no one had ever accused him of being trustworthy. So why should he try? She was dead. After he'd done what that monster had wanted, his sister had still been killed. Why? What did he get out of killing his sister? Or was it just some kind of sick satisfaction he had in knowing that he had killed another innocent being? He'd known he couldn't trust him. So why did he think his sister would get to live? She was only a child. It wasn't fair. He walked into the house, placed his sister on the couch and sighed. What was he supposed to do now? He couldn't go after the king alone. It would be suicide. But who would help him? He couldn't go to the Wer and his witch. Not after what he'd done, but did he really have any other choice? He knew if he told them what he did, they would kill him. But he deserved it. He deserved every bad thing he knew was coming his way. But he had to. He had to at least try and make up for his mistakes. Where the hell am I? His head shot up, from looking at his sister's serene face to the witch in the doorway. She looked like a lost little kitten. Her hair in disarray, her clothes torn, and he felt a tug at his heart. She wouldn't forgive him for what he'd done. No one would, and he knew that. But that didn't mean he couldn't try. Did it? Who the hell are you? It's all right to cry, you know, I told him, watching as he bit back his emotions. He shoved away his pain. I could see it in his eyes, and I hated it. If he didn't embrace his emotions now, they would only end up destroying him, and it would be his own fault. He smiled at me sadly before shaking his head and kissing my temple. Not now. We need to keep moving. When I find him is dead. I had no doubt that he would kill his father when he saw him. But that didn't ease the pain. Killing him wouldn't bring them back. It wouldn't fix any of our problems, and he knew it. I want him dead. Yes. But what's the point? He burned my parents alive. Why should he get to rest in peace? So, to speak. Why should he be allowed out of this life when he deserved nothing more than to suffer? What are you thinking? We can't do this alone. Farron. You know that. He nodded, motioning for me to continue. Where the words or the sudden surge of power I got came from, I have no clue. But hopefully they made a tiny bit of sense to him. He'll have people guarding him. You know that. If we do this alone, we're dead. So, What if we got some help? Farron frowned at me before a strange chuckle erupted from his mouth, making me glare at him. Who is gonna help us? If we ask other wers to help us, they'll just join my father, and if we ask witches, then they'll try and kill me. Well, he has a point, but the witches hate his father, so surely they would overlook Farron's relation to him long enough to help us, wouldn't they? If not, then my little werewolf is going to be very upset with me. Well, we have to try. We can't just sit around here and wait for him to come to us. Can we? He sighed and I smirked. He knew I was right. No matter how much he hated it, he knew. But would it matter if anyone helped us? I think I could be of some service. It all happened so fast that it shocked me. At first I was staring up at Farron as he contemplated what we do, and then next I was watching as he grabbed the intruder by the throat and lifted him in the air. He didn't fight back. He made no move as Farron shoved his back into a tree and snarled in his face. If it were me, I would have been shaking in fear, but this guy looked like it happened to him every day. I know where your father went. Who the hell do you think you are? He was nearly rabid now, and he was shaking. The guy didn't answer for a moment. He only looked to me for help, and I shrugged. There is no way in hell that I am going over there with Farron like this. It wouldn't end very well for anyone. Answer me. He growled the order, his hand tightening around the guy's neck, possibly crushing bones as he shoved him farther into the tree. His name is Deccan. He's a fairy and he can help us. An all too familiar voice said from behind us, and I blinked. I turned slowly, facing her carefully. I'd been so sure she was dead. She'd been in the house, she had to have been. Farron would have sensed her if she wasn't. Wouldn't he? Farron dropped Deccan to the ground, grabbing me around the waist when I took a step towards her, holding me securely to his chest. Liz, pain. Brilliant shots of pain sparked throughout his body, making something as simple as coherent thought impossible. Where he was, he didn't know. He only knew he had to escape. He was shackled to the wall, silver chains making movement impossible. His mind wouldn't even process the urge to move, to be free of his restraints. His mind was foggy, his memory of how he'd ended up here gone, as though it never even existed. He couldn't think. Breathing was a chore itself. But he needed to move, needed to get away, to help her, his mate. He needed to get to her, save her from himself. He would have snorted at the very thought if he knew it wouldn't cause him pain. Footsteps echoed throughout his mind, making him suddenly very aware that he was not alone. Forcing his eyes open, Farron stared back at his father, hatred causing red to tinge his vision. The need to break free and murder the bastard before him was overwhelming. But he couldn't move. He snarled when his father's hand lifted, as if to touch his cheek, as if trying to ease the pain that was clouding his mind. He'd known his father was a bastard, known that he would stop at nothing to see the witches submit to his will. But he had never thought he was capable of murdering his own mate. True, he hadn't done it himself, but did it really matter? Your mother deserved her fate, son, just as you deserve yours. Unless you help me. Stop this foolishness and help me kill the woman that's brainwashed you. His father stared back at him earnestly, beseechingly. But Farron didn't move. He didn't utter a word, barely blinked back at the man that had sired him. Had he truly believed there was a part left in his father that would understand that his father would be happy for him, he'd wanted to believe. God, he had. But now he knew. He knew his father would stop at nothing to do what he felt was right. Let me help you rid yourself of her, son. Please, he snarled, canines clashing together. The urge to shift, to kill, to spill blood was even greater when his father's hand touched his shoulder. He watched in sick satisfaction as his father's eyes filled with fear and he backed away. Slowly. So slowly. Watching the monster before him. The wolf in him was close to the surface now. Demanding to be set free. To exact revenge on the man for daring to harm his mate, and he wanted nothing more than to let it free. But he had to think clearly. He had to think of a way to get to Daniela before his imposter, Kai, should be in place by now. You know, your brother was always my least favorite. Until now. That witch will be dead before the night is over, and then things will go back to normal. His father smiled sadly at him, turned on his heel, and walked out of the door, slamming it loudly behind him. Was his father so insane that he actually thought things would ever be normal? He pulled against the restraints, ignoring the pain of it, struggling to be free. To protect her. He had to protect her. If something happened to her, now he'd never forgive himself. But he should have known. He should have realized when his twin brother had shown up that things were only going to escalate. Daniela wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Their own parents had been unable to tell the difference at some times. Their DNA was too close. Their scents too similar, and his brother knew him like the back of his own hand. No one would be able to tell the difference. If he didn't get to her soon, she was as good as dead, and it would be all his fault. He frowned at the witches and fairy. A sense of guilt overcoming him. They didn't act like murderers, but surely they wouldn't. It was after all how his father had said they'd managed to survive. He watched as Daniela stumbled toward the other witch, her arms going around her, hugging her tightly to her as tears slid down her cheeks. Something in him ached, warned him that he was making a mistake. But he ignored it. His father didn't lie. These three had helped his brother in killing their mother. His father had sounded so grief-stricken that Kai had sworn revenge. He hated the man with a passion, but his mother was another story. His mother had been innocent. She hadn't deserved to be killed. The fairy walked over to him, a frown pulling at his exotic features. All fairies looked exotic. He reminded himself coolly. It was all a part of the ploy for them to fit in a world that they didn't belong in. I know who you are, Kai. Don't do this. Don't play into your father's hand like this. They had nothing to do with your mother's death or your mate. Kai growled back warningly at him, watching the witches from the corner of his eye. The strength of the truth of the fairy's statement shocked him. But it didn't matter. Fairies were manipulative by nature. One couldn't trust their word, no matter how badly they wanted to. It's too late for your lies, fairy. My father wouldn't lie about this. He snapped at him, feeling his control diminish as the seconds ticked by. He'd lost everything in his life that had meant something. His mother, his mate, and his brother. He had nothing left to lose, so why did he hesitate? Why did he rethink everything his father had told him in the phone call? Was his father really lying to him? Would his father be so cruel as to lie about this? He doubted it. He really did. Or was it just wishful thinking that had him pulling the knife from his jeans and stabbing the fairy before turning to the now very shocked witch's? Death happens every day, whether you like it or not. It doesn't ask if you are ready to leave your loved ones. It simply decides when your time is for you. You don't have a choice. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Most of the time. I should have realized that something was off. I should have known that this wasn't Farron. But I guess I was so distracted that my mind wasn't processing anything the way it normally would. Liz was alive, but my parents and Farron's mom are dead. That was all I could think about. From the corner of my eye I saw the Farron look-alike stab Deccan in the stomach with a blade that no one had realized he had, before slowly making his way towards Liz and I. The look in his eyes should have scared me. I should have been terrified of the predatory glint. Right, well, maybe you should tell my mind that. I had only moments to process what was happening before my hands shot out and he was blasted back into the tree from the force of the water I controlled. If he were any normal person, it would have knocked him unconscious. But he isn't normal. Seconds after he hit the tree, his body shifted. The air around him shimmering, and he turned into a wolf. Danny. I think maybe we should run. Liz whispered in my ear, pulling me backwards away from the advancing wolf. Its gaze switched back and forth between us slowly. A calculating look in its black eyes. Danny. The wolf's head cocked to the side. Its back legs hunching a second before it lunged. The chains wouldn't move. They cut into my skin every time I tried to slip from them. My feet were barely touching the ground and the urge to shift was overwhelming my mind. Only one thought was swirling. To get out and kill him. Once I got out of here I would kill him. Simply for thinking about harming my mate. I didn't care if the guilt would eat me alive. I didn't care if Daniela was afraid of me after this. Nothing else mattered but spilling his blood. He'd said my mother had chosen his fate and he's chosen his. He wouldn't live to see the day he wishes for. I will kill him if it is the last thing I do. The huge wooden door slammed open. A young girl in a black cloak walked into the room, stopping barely a foot away from me. She didn't look up. I didn't react to being so close to me when I was snarling like a rabid animal. She only held up one hand and my mouth shut. My mind shut down. The murderous thoughts halting. I realized then that she wasn't a were. But I couldn't sense what she was. Or how she had gotten past my father's guards blocking the door she had walked into. She looked up at me. Her purple eyes glowing in the darkness. Shining with an amusement that pissed me off to no end. Now. Are you going to stop growling at me or do I need to restrain you? I blinked at her, sensing the truth of her words. I kept quiet waiting for her to continue. Damn. You know all you mutts look the same, though you have an innocence about you that's startling. Why are you here? The words barely made it past my lips. Because of the force of her power. It was shocking to me that someone so small could leave me barely able to speak. She wasn't a witch. She was nothing I had ever seen before, and that was surprising. As the future king, I had met every creature in my father's kingdom at least once before. So, where was she from? Well, I'm here to help you, silly. Her voice was oddly childish, contrasting the adult way she held herself. The amount of power she so obviously held. Unless you don't want my help. 'Cause I can always leave. But then my brother would be upset if he found out that I didn't. She sighed, blowing her hair from out of her face. Deccan's always had a hero complex and it always ended up getting us both into trouble. Who the hell is Deccan, and why would you help me? She sighed and stared at me like I was stupid. She looked annoyed that I was missing something, but I couldn't find it in me to care. I've been chained up in this place for who knows how long. I couldn't care less about this little girl's problems. Who are you? Anyway, Deccan is my brother. Moron. And you don't need to know why I am helping you. She snapped at me, glaring at something over my head. Her mood swings are odd. But if she can help me get out of here and to Danny, then I don't really give a damn. I have enough to worry about right now as it is. I don't need to add her to the list. But there are a few things that are bugging me. What is your name, and if you don't mind telling me, what are you? She looked up at me sadly, her oddly colored eyes shining with unshed tears. Something in me ached for her. She was too young to have seen the things her eyes are hinting at. My name is Gwyn and I'm a fairy. A fairy. Well, that explains so much. Not. Because that explains everything to me. I growled at her lowly. Her eyes narrowed at me and a piercing pain swept through my body, clenching my stomach in ways too painful to explain. A strangled scream tore through my body, echoing through the dark room. Don't get smart with me. Mutt. I have no reason to even help you at all. But my brother seems to have a fascination for your mate's friend. I frowned at her. I think her name was Liz. Or something. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is that your father tried to kill me. If anything, I should want to kill you. I swallowed. I had nothing to do with whatever my father did to you. I was so confused. How could her brother be fascinated with Liz? I thought she was dead. She'd been in the house when it went up in flames. Hadn't she? No. If she had been, then she would be dead. But how? God. I don't understand what the hell is going on anymore. All I know is that I have to get to Daniela. Now, do you want my help or not? She asked, not looking at me, but around the room with a disgusted look on her face. Yes. I just hope I'm not too late. You don't want to do this. You and I both know you don't. Reasoning with a wolf isn't really a good idea. Keep that in mind if you ever try it. They don't listen. I don't even think he can understand me when he's shifted. Whoever the hell he is, and can someone please tell me why he looks like Farron? Oh no. What if that is Farron? Leave it to me to be mated to a homicidal were. It's just my luck. It growled back. Eyes narrowing when Liz tried to stand from where it had knocked her down only seconds ago. Deccan struggled to sit up, clutching the still bleeding wound in his stomach. I stumbled back several steps, struggling to get as far away as I could as fast as I could. But running was futile. Words were faster and stronger and lived for the chase. You're not Farron, are you? It snorted at me, crouching, preparing to lunge at me when another wolf jumped through the trees, landing on its back. Growls, snarls, teeth snapping together echoed throughout the forest, and my mind was lost. My eyes couldn't keep up with the scene before me. The wolves were rounding on each other, swiping their paws, bloodlust written clearly in their black eyes. I was useless, only able to stand and watch with wide eyes. My fear held me frozen in place, watching the Wurs battle to the death. I didn't know who was who, or even how this started. But at the moment it didn't matter. One of them was Farron. But which one? Hey, which? Are you gonna stand there and watch or help your friend? A voice yelled at me. My head turned in her direction, watching as a girl no older than 13 walked out of the trees, glaring slightly at me. Yes. You. G's are all. Which is this? Slow, Liz grunted at her. Shut the hell up. Gwyn, you're lucky I was able to save your butt in the first place. Now, go help your brother and leave Danny alone. She stood, wobbling, and brushed the dirt and leaves off her pants. What happened to him? Oh no. Deccan. Can you hear me? Gwyn brushed the hair from his eyes, staring down at him with tears in her eyes. You said you wouldn't get hurt. You promised. What the hell is your problem? Kai. I stared wide-eyed at them both, looking between them so fast I think I gave myself whiplash. You killed her. My mate. Farron. And then Mom. Why? What the hell did they ever do to you I didn't touch? I swear. I didn't even know she was dead until you tried to kill me for it. Farron shouted back at him, his chest heaving, the blood dripping down his arm from the wound on his shoulder. Kai glared at him, flashed his canines and turned to me. Your mate is a murderer. Daniela. Think about that before you do anything you'll regret later. His gaze slid to Liz, briefly stopping, before he glared at Farron. I won't kill you, brother. Because Mother would never forgive me if I did. But don't think I will ever forgive you. Back stiff, bleeding from both sides of his body and without clothes, he walked off into the night, leaving us all to watch after him in shock. Farron turned to me then, his face torn, pain riddling his eyes. He stumbled forward a step, falling to his knees, and I couldn't stay frozen in my spot any longer. Once I reached him, his arms wrapped around my waist, hugging me tightly, refusing to let go. I'm so sorry, baby. So sorry. I pulled away from him, rather reluctantly, and glared. Care to tell me what the hell just happened? How do I tell her everything, and not have her freak out on me? She knows my father is an insane person, but she doesn't know that he went as far as killing Kai's mate to keep him under his control. He knew what it would do to Kai, but he didn't care. All that matters to him is power, and it sickens me to think that his blood is running through my veins. I can't change it, no matter how much I want to change it. But I hope Daniela can see past it. I have a twin brother. Well, no kidding. Genius. She figured that out already. Gosh. What are you, stupid? I wonder if you ignore your inner voice, if it just goes away. Do you think it could be that easy? With the way my day has been going? Probably not. No. Kidding. Really. I hadn't noticed that when he tried to kill me, she yelled. Pulling away from. Pacing back and forth. Okay. I guess I deserved that. But can you blame me for not telling her? My brother was so broken when Kira died. So broken that he believed the lies our father fed him. If it had been any other time that he'd tried to turn him against me, it wouldn't have worked. But in Kai's state, he believed every word. Will you two sort out your issues later? I'm trying to save my brother, if you don't mind. Gwen snapped, not looking away from her brother's body. As her hands glowed, Liz stood a few yards away, as if afraid to get too close, watching with tears in her eyes. Can you save him? I mean, the knife had to have hit some major organs. Right? Danny asked, wrapping her arms tightly around Liz, watching Gwen mutter something under her breath as she worked. It seemed like a hopeless action to me. But I guess if I were in her place, I'd be doing the same. It did. But the blade has to be tipped in iron to kill one of us, and from the way the wounds are healing, I'm guessing Farron's brother didn't know that. Or maybe he did. Kai may have acted like a lunatic, but that's what happens when a were loses their mate. I just wonder how my father will be able to cope with killing my mother. Will he go as insane as Kai did, or will he just not care? I'd rather he didn't. After everything he's done, he doesn't deserve to feel anything but guilt. Speaking of which, why didn't you tell me you had a brother, Farron? I could sense her hurt without even having to look in her eyes. But I didn't answer. I didn't know how to answer her. What would she think when I told her the truth? What would she think of Kai, or me for that matter? Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Or did you just not want me to know? She honestly thought I didn't tell her simply because I didn't want her to know. I wanted her to know. I just didn't know how to tell her without her freaking out on me. If I told her now, I'm more than certain she would take Kai's side on it all, and that scares me. He may be my brother, but that doesn't mean he'll even hesitate to kill anyone that matters to me because of what he thinks I did. He thinks I killed her. His mate. Well, he hadn't actually mated her yet. But he was going to, and then my father killed her. He killed her because she chose to be with Kai and not be his mistress. How messed up is that, Danny? I wanted to tell you, I just didn't know how to. You have to understand that Kai is dangerous, and no matter how hurt he is right now, he'll stop at nothing to get his revenge. Her eyes filled with tears, as her confusion filled the air. Now is not the time to be talking about this. I need to feel her. Make sure she's safe before we talk about this, otherwise I think I might go insane. Look, right now isn't the right time to talk about this. Okay, gods. I was so worried about you. I thought I would be too late. She sobbed into my chest, clinging to me tightly, and I had no intention of letting her go. If I'd been only 5 minutes later, she'd be dead. There's no doubt about it. I don't think I'd have been able to go on if she had been killed. It would have been all my fault. The guilt of it would have consumed me, and the rage. I don't even want to think about what the rage would have done to me, but she isn't dead. She's right here in my arms. Alive and breathing. There's no need for me to kill my brother as much as I'd like to get rid of any threat to her. Right now there is no need. For right now she's safe here with me, and the only way someone will tear me away from her is if they kill me. And even then we would be reunited at some point. Can you two stop being so close and help us get Deccan out of here? Liz snapped, looking very concerned as her attention turned back to the fairy in question as he tried to stand. Fairies heal almost as fast as words do. But the wound should have been fatal to a normal person, so it'll take him a while to heal completely. Are you sure you should be getting up, Liz? I don't get it. He almost killed you. He killed my parents and Farron's mom, and now you're acting all worried for his health. Why, he killed my mother. This is the person that set Danny's house on fire and watched them burn alive in it. Why would Liz, of all people, be concerned with whether or not he's going to die, if he tried to kill her in the first place? It just doesn't make sense. Her eyes locked with Danny's, and the tears in them nearly made me cry. The truth of the situation shocked me to the core, and I still didn't get it. I frowned, looking back and forth between Deccan and Liz, watching the way he looked at her and the agony in his eyes at the sight of her tears. She was his mate. Whether she knew it now or not. Whether she had accepted it or not, she was his mate. Danny. Please, I know you miss your mom and dad, but please. I can't. I don't know why I care. But I do. Please don't make me choose. Because it won't be you. Liz's voice was so broken, so torn, that the shock I felt from her words died down, immediately replaced by sympathy. She didn't understand what was going on with her emotions, or why she was feeling this way, but she wasn't flat out denying them either. Only time will tell if that is a good thing or not. Though, just because she's admitting she cares now doesn't mean she'll accept the truth when it's told. Daniela's shock smoothed over to hurt and then to understanding. She knew just as well as I did what was going on. But I don't think she liked it at all. She narrowed her eyes on Deccan, ignoring Gwyn as she tried to help him stand. If you hurt her at all, in any way, I will kill you. Do you understand me? Fairy, he nodded, casting a sheepish look when his sister growled out in rage. I understand, Daniela. And you have no idea how much I regret what I did. His eyes shot to mine. He had my sister. I didn't know what else to do. She's all I have left. His eyes shot to Liz when he said the last bit, filling with such hope that I almost didn't feel angry for what he did to my mother. Almost. Were they conscious? The question surprised not only me but everyone else as well. When Danny asked it, her eyes had filled with fresh tears, her bottom lip trembling in an effort to keep them from falling. No. I made sure they felt no pain. I swear. A growl tore through my throat at the sob that escaped her lips. Deccan stared apologetically on at us, not saying a word as I held her to me while she cried. Again. I feel like I'm betraying my parents at not wanting to kill Deccan where he stands. But I can't do that to Liz. She's like a sister to me, and I don't know what I'll do without her. She's always been there. Always. But they were my parents and he killed them. I should want to murder him. Shouldn't I? I should want to avenge my family. But looking at Liz right now, I can't. I can't even think about killing because of what I know it will do to her. How is it fair to punish her for something he did? I just feel so. I don't even know how to describe it. Can we go home now? Gwyn asked, still glaring at me for threatening her brother. You know, for a little girl she's scarier than Farron's father, and that isn't a compliment. Farron glared at her. Yeah. You guys go home. Where the hell are we supposed to go? Gwyn. Okay, how the hell does he know her? She doesn't look like the type of person he would be talking to, let alone befriend. Or maybe I'm totally wrong and they're the best of friends. Yay, that doesn't help with this situation, does it? You can come and stay with us. It's the least I can do after everything, Deccan said, finally managing to stand on his own. Albeit he was swaying slightly to the side. Liz wrapped her arms around his waist, taking some of his weight onto her to keep him upright. That knife must have done some serious damage. Gwyn stared at him outraged. Deccan. You can't be serious. If we take them in, it'll only be trouble for us. Just leave them here. He is after all the future king. Gwyn. It'll be fine if we don't, and something happens to them, it'll have just been our fault. He answered. In a tone that left no room for argument. Gwyn huffed but said nothing, helping Liz walk him out of the woods. In the opposite way Kai went. Farron was set to follow, but I pulled him back, wanting answers that I knew he didn't want to give me. Danny, talk to me now. He gave me an exasperated look. Fine. I'll just go see if I can catch up to Kai. I'm sure he'd be willing to tell me what the hell happened to make him want to kill you. I pulled my hand from his grip and started walking after Kai. Not getting very far, Farron grabbed my arm and pulled me back into his chest. He sighed into my hair. Her name was Selene. Kai loved her more than anyone else knew. He was about to mate with her when she disappeared. She was human and father was angry that his eldest son, the actual heir to the throne, would take a human as his mate. So he tried to convince her to become his mistress. When she refused, he locked her in the dungeon. I'd heard her screaming one night and went down to see what was going on. He swallowed, his body shaking from the memories. Father had been about to assault her when I walked in. He tried to tell me that she was a spy and that she wanted to end our entire race, but when I didn't listen to him and tried to free her, he snapped her neck. I'd been frozen in shock when he started yelling for Kai. I thought he was going to tell him what had happened to her. Kai had been searching for her for weeks, and when he walked into the room, seeing me kneeling by her body, he lost it. Father told him that I'd killed her because she loved him and not me. He said that I'd forced him to keep quiet about it all. I tried to explain, but Kai was so grief-stricken that he didn't listen. He shifted and attacked me. But Mother got him off of me before either of us could do any real damage. After that he left, and apparently Father's been feeding him lies this whole time. Why did you just tell me to begin with? Why wait until after he's tried to kill me? Farron, it doesn't make any sense to me. It hurt that he wouldn't tell me before, but that was overthrown with the sympathy for his brother. His mate had been killed and his father had been feeding him lies this whole time, all for power. What kind of person would do that? I didn't know how to start. Danny, my brother and I had been so close before that, and after he'd sworn to kill me, it was too much to talk about. Even my mother had her doubts that what I'd said was true. My own mother thought I would have killed my brother's mate out of jealousy. Dear Lord. Why would she think that? But you didn't kill her, and that's what matters. It isn't your fault. None of this is. Okay, he sighed and looked away from me. So I grabbed his face between my hands, and forced him to look me in the eye. It's not your fault. If I had left it alone and told Kai what I'd seen, she would still be alive. None of this would have happened. Don't you see that Father would have been sent in front of the council for trial, and he would have most likely been killed. Yay. And then we wouldn't have met. Now would we? I was grasping at straws here. There's no doubt in my mind that we would have met eventually, but would it have been too late for us to be together? He would have chosen a mate by then. I'm sure, and where would that have left me? Or Liz, for that matter. Would Liz have eventually met Deccan? I really doubt it, but fate has an odd way of working, doesn't it? We would have met. Dear mate. There's no doubt in my mind. We're meant to be together and nothing can tear us apart. Not even death. He sounded so sure. I wanted to believe him. I honestly did. But something in the back of my head was warning me that his father would find out we were still alive. He would stop at nothing to kill us, I know that. I just wonder how much time we have, before he tries. I love you. I whispered the words against his jaw, wrapping my arms around his neck as he lifted me to him, holding me tightly. I love you. Too. He kissed all over my face, murmuring the 3 little words over and over until I pulled his mouth to mine. He had been without clothing during the fight, but our connection now was focused on safety and affection. Deccan and Gwyn's house is huge, like their own mini mansion. It's very homey and earthy, and leaving is something that I don't want to do. I feel safe here, knowing that the surrounding forest is set with charms that my mother taught me to keep out unwanted intruders. But there's something I need to do, and if Farron finds out, he'll restrict me to our room for a month. Maybe longer. But he'll just have to deal with it, I guess. My mind is made up, and I'm going. Are you sure you should be doing this? Liz whispered, clutching my hand tighter as if to keep me from moving away from her side. Her eyes darted back to the stairs, checking to see if Farron or Deccan were up. Which they weren't. Deccan was still recovering, and Farron, well, he's a little worn out at the moment. Liz. I gotta. Farron won't, and some needs too. Think about it. You'd do the same thing if this were Deccan we were talking about, wouldn't you? Okay, so I was throwing the whole mating thing in her face when she still had no clue, but it was the only way to get her to let me go. She'd cover for me if Farron woke up, which I doubted. And I'd be back in a few hours unharmed. No big deal. I hope. When he gets up, he's going to be extremely upset, and you know it. And this was her argument. When Farron wakes up and I'm gone, he'll freak and probably tear the entire forest apart looking for me. Or at least Liz thinks he will. He probably will. But it's for the best for everyone, and if he can't understand that, then he can sleep on the couch for a while. Doesn't matter to me. He won't. And I'll be back soon. Alright, stop worrying so much. I gave her a quick hug and walked out of the house into the dark woods, stopping momentarily to let my eyes adjust to the darkness. I knew what I was doing, and why I was doing it, but that didn't stop my heart from racing in my chest. I just hope I can find Kai fast. His body reacted to the cold of the night, but he shoved the feelings away and kept walking. How long he'd been walking he didn't know. All he knew was that he was done being a puppet. He'd allowed his father to play him for too long, and he was tired of it now. He wanted the truth, and he'd get it, one way or another. The door to the old home was torn from its hinges, hanging loosely to the side as he walked in, taking in the sight of his old home. How long had it been since he'd been here? Since Celine's death. He'd sworn then that he would never step foot in this place again, and yet here he was, standing in the doorway of their old living room, watching as the memories flitted through his mind. The first time he'd met her. The day he'd told her he loved her. The day they decorated the house. Her laughter. Smile. Her voice, even her smell ran through his mind, torturing him more and more each day with the pain. She hadn't been his mate yet, but he'd already given her his heart, his very soul. He didn't know how much longer he could go on without her, with the knowledge that he was separated from her by life. He could only end his life and he'd see her again, but he couldn't deal with what she would think of him if he did. She would never forgive him if he committed suicide. He knew it. He told himself this every day, and yet it didn't help. Nothing helped him anymore. The pain had taken over his very mind now. I was wondering when you'd come for me. His father stepped from the old kitchen, his eyes red and puffy, obviously from crying. Before either could blink, Kai was across the room, holding his father to the wall by his throat, growling in his face. You killed her, didn't you? It wasn't a question. He'd known this entire time. His mind had told him that his brother would never have done that. But he'd been so filled with pain that he hadn't listened to reason. He'd listened to the one man he knew he could never trust, and it nearly cost his brother his mate. What had ever made him think he could believe his father? Yes. That woman was unworthy. She ruined you just like that. Which is doing to your brother? His father snapped in his face, his eyes growing wilder and wilder by the minute in a way that hinted at one thing. Dropping his hold in shock, Kai backed away instantly. Awareness sneaking up his spine as he watched his father's eyes turn from their natural brown to a blood red. What have you done, father? What is the matter with you? He knew the answer but refused to admit it to himself. Gods! It couldn't be true. Don't let it be true. His father had gone feral. There was no other way to explain it. And when a were goes feral, the only way to save them from themselves is to kill them. What do you mean? What have I done? I've embraced the gift I was born with. Unlike you and your brother, I am proud of what I am. You try and hide behind your human facade, but you aren't human. Kai, you are a werewolf, and the sooner you accept that, the sooner we can rule together. Think about it, the entire world would bow at our feet. Well, I sure as hell hope you're planning on washing your feet then. Both heads turned in the direction of her voice. Both already knowing who it was, Daniela walked into the house, stopping to stand calmly at Kai's side. What are you doing here? You terrible little person. You're the reason my son turned on me. His father pointed an accusing finger at stepping forward slightly, preparing to lunge when Kai stepped in front of her. The only reason Farron turned on you was because you threatened his mate and killed our mother. He hissed, pushing Daniela back so he could shift without harming her. He already felt guilty enough. He had no clue how horrible he would feel if he actually hurt her. What has she done to you as well? Has she infected you with her lies? Kai, how could you do that to your dear Celine? At the sound of her name, his hand shot out, pushing into his father's chest and pulled his dead heart from his chest. Kai watched entirely amused as his father's body dropped to the ground, the shock of the attack evident on his face. Okay. Now, that's unpleasant. He turned back to her, frowning when he noticed her disapproving gaze. Why was she here anyway? How had she found him? It didn't make sense. He'd almost killed her, so what would possess her to come and find him? Why did you kill him? Farron said you could turn him into the council or whatever. He'd gone feral. He would have killed anyone at any chance he got. She stared at him confusedly, blinking rapidly. When a were goes feral, it's when they let their animal have total control. In both forms. They don't think like a human, would they think like an animal? He was dangerous. The only way to save everyone from him was to kill him. And he deserved to die anyway. She stared at him for a moment before speaking. You knew the whole time, didn't you? You knew it wasn't Farron that killed her, but you still tried to get revenge. Why? Why? She wanted to know why. When he didn't even know himself, I couldn't think straight when I saw Celine's body. I only heard my father saying that Farron had killed her out of jealousy. I didn't hear Farron telling me his side. I let my animal have control. Part of me knew. In my heart, I knew Farron wouldn't have done it. I just didn't want to believe she was dead. He looked past her as his brother walked into the room, his expression guarded when he noticed how close they were standing. I thought my father was telling me the truth, and I'm sorry. I should have known father was lying. Farron. I should have trusted my instincts. But the pain was too much. Farron's arm wound around Daniela's waist and her eyes widened as he placed a kiss on her cheek. Busted, her voice quivered slightly from the surprise. So busted, he whispered in her ear, so low that Kai almost didn't hear. It's fine, Kai. But if you try and hurt her again, I'll get you alive. Understand? Understood. Now do you think I could come home? I miss it. Come on. Danny, one more push, sweetie. If you don't push, the baby won't come out. Liz said smartly, looking up at me from where she sat. Well, down there. I'm sure you can all tell what the hell is going on right now, and I swear I am never going through this pain again. Never. If Farron even thinks about getting me pregnant again, I'm going to have a serious talk with him. No. Kidding. Damn, and here, I thought the baby was just gonna walk out all on his own. I snapped at her, bracing myself against the headboard to push again. Why couldn't I have the drugs again? Oh yeah, because they don't work on witches, darn. Human medicine. Baby. One more push, that's all, and he'll be out, and you can rest. Okay, Farron asked, brushing my hair from my face, kissing my nose. How the hell is he so calm about all of this? For crying out loud, I'm pushing a kid out of my body and he's acting like it an everyday occurrence. Seriously, when this is over, we're going to sit down and have a talk. On 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. My teeth clench as I hold my breath and push with everything in me. Finally hearing the satisfying cry of my baby. 10 hours. I've been in labor for 10 hours and now finally he's out, thank the gods. I'd been told it was normal to be in labor for a long time. But that didn't stop my fear. I'd been so scared something was wrong. I'd all but scream at Liz to cut me open and take him out. You guys have a name for him? Liz looked up at me expectantly, but I had no clue. Honestly, I hadn't even thought about it. Things had been so crazy lately that I hadn't had the time. What with moving out of Deccan and Gwyn's and in with Farron, signing treaties and dealing with all the other political type stuff, Farron and I hadn't had the time to talk. So I had no clue. He cleared his throat. Actually, I have an idea. David Caius Aarons, he asked, not looking me in the eye. Blushing slightly. Actually, that's not bad. But if he'd already thought about why didn't he tell me I like it? He smiled widely at me, kissing me lightly on my lips. Get some rest. Okay. Before Gwyn demands to see him. Yay. Did I mention that Gwyn's now living with us? For a 12-year-old, she has very adamant ideas on the world and she's really sweet. She and Deccan have moved in and now it's like we've known them the entire time. Which is quite odd considering how we'd met. Deccan hasn't told Liz about him being her mate yet, and I don't think he has any plans to do so anytime soon. Kai's better. No longer being a bitter person and is like the brother I never wanted. My life is insane. People die around me every day because of what I am and who I'm mated to, but I wouldn't change it if I could. If I changed any part of it, we wouldn't be here right now, and I like where I am now. I miss my family, but they would want me to be happy and I am. So, I'll take the pain as long as it goes with the happiness. The end. There is nothing to talk about. You slept with another woman and got her pregnant. All the while I was strung up and tortured for information on your cheating self. I put 2 hands on his chest and shoved him away. I defended you. I went through a year of torture all the while you slept with another woman. You spent months pouring alcohol into your system while I had Wolfsbane injected into mine. My voice was shouting and cracking at points. Tears of anger streamed down my face. I slid the ring off my finger with ease and threw it right in his face. Abby, please. It isn't what it looks like. He had the nerve to try and negotiate with me right now, and oh, I am done with this. I thought I forgave you for what you did, but really I didn't. If you really loved me like you said, so I wouldn't be calling yourself out for getting another girl pregnant. You would have found me sooner than you did and I wouldn't have had as much to defend you for. I hated him. Theo could go burn in hell for all I cared. Evie was not exactly taking this well. She became that depressed wolf instead of the raging force I needed her to be right now. I looked deep into Theo's eyes with pure wrath. Abigail Mason. Reg. His hand clamped over my mouth and I fought against him to say the words. I didn't want to be mated to a cheater. The will to fight I had gained during that year came out in full force, as I struggled to get free. Abby, don't. You aren't thinking straight. What out of the two of us I probably was thinking the straightest. I gave up the fight though, and he let me go. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't reject you, Theo. We both know if I had done to you what you did to me, you would reject me in a heartbeat. Do you think just because you are an alpha you should get your mate plus a side relationship? If I said the things I just did to any other alpha, I'm sure I'd be rogue for sure. Abby, he whispered in my ear as he wrapped his arms around my waist. Remember that day when I attacked Adam for saying he wanted to marry you? Remember how you calmed me down? You need to calm down now. Just his voice started to simmer down my rage. His velvet tones did their dance around my head slowly. You know Louise will do anything to ruin us. His lips brushed my neck. Right on the spot he had marked me. That seemed likely. Maybe he had a point. It wasn't hard to find out she was lying. He then kissed behind my ear. My body basically gave itself over to his touch. She won't bother us again. I promise this time. A soft sound of affection escaped from me as he kissed that spot on my neck again. You owe me big time, you know. His deep chuckle caused vibrations to run through my body. Of course. I will make sure to pay you back in full, Abigail. His lips caught mine in a soft embrace as he slid the ring back on my finger. How can you be sure that it's not your child though? Doubt raced through my head as I broke the kiss off. I know, because she isn't even pregnant. You would be able to smell other on her by now. Slowly, I nodded and he took my lips in his again. Now please come down. I made dinner. So we went down to the kitchen. It wasn't dinner that greeted me. There was basically a full-fledged feast. Think this is a little overkill, Theo? His crooked smile flashed before me. What can I say? I'm a stress cooker. You can do this. I muttered as the white dress stared at me. It was quite elegant. A simple design was embroidered into it with a jeweled belt going around my center. The sleeves came over my shoulders in a tank top strap way. I could do this. My pack was counting on me to do this. Louise hasn't been seen since that day she tried. And almost succeeded. To break Theo and I apart. In 2 weeks it has been too quiet. Nothing but talk of the wedding has gone around. My gut told me that she would make an appearance today. Often I found myself looking around every turn for her. I closed my eyes and let turns run through my head. I knew I couldn't practice them without ruining my hair, which my brother's mate so carefully did. My hair was held half up with a jeweled clip. Soft curls covered every single strand of hair. Honestly, I thought it would just get in my way. On very rare occasions I wore my hair down. Bria walked in to help me put the dress on. She had helped plan the wedding, so I got to know her well over the past 2 weeks. The 5'4" redhead my brother was mated to is actually one of the funniest people I've ever met. Whenever she told stories about her past, it was all so animated. She put passion behind retelling her stories. I wouldn't be surprised if she became a writer. As she helped me get the dress on, the weight of everything started to settle in. For a finishing touch, she put a diamond necklace on me that belonged to my mom. "Are you ready?" she asked. Was anyone ever ready to get married? I nodded that I was, but the reality was that I didn't know. Theo and I had fought a few times about planning the wedding. It was hasty, so both of us had to give up things we really wanted. There was one night last week where we argued until 2 a.m. about small things that were irrelevant. It got so bad and I said such harsh things that when we both calmed down we thought I might be pregnant, since wolves were more sensitive to the hormone changes. Good news is I wasn't, and I am still not. I took like 5 tests and went to get checked by the pack doctor to be 100% sure. Now that the wedding is just an hour away, doubt filled my head. Was Theo keeping Louise on the sidelines until after we were married? Was she going to ruin today? Am I actually going to make it to the altar? My breathing came in 8 counts. If only I had one more day. Yesterday I spent all day just dancing. My feet were sore as hell and the heels weren't making things better. James came and kissed Bria before coming to me and taking my hand. It's time. This was it. Theo had insisted on having the wedding outside since it was still warm out. Guests sat on benches made of logs and such. My way was made clear by the stone path dotted with roses. At the end, Theo awaited me. His tux was a sharp black with a rose attached to his jacket. James kept me steady until Theo took my hand up front. There was no turning back now. We gathered today to complete a bond forged by the moon goddess before these two were born with a human tradition. The minister started. It was a very standard way to start a ceremony for our kind. The ceremony always started with a thanks to the moon goddess for the mate bond. The minister delivered it and then went into this whole speech about how precious life is and how we as a people would not survive without the mate bond. Abby, the moment I saw you dancing, my heart was yours. Theo started his vows with. Ever since then I have tried to live up to what you deserve in a mate. I haven't always done the best at that. Heck. We know I've probably done a crap job at it. This brought a few chuckles from the crowd. I cannot say how blessed I am to have you as my Luna. Every day I will try to be what you deserve, and each day I will try harder until the cold hands of death separates us from each other. As he slid the ring on my finger, one thing went through my head. My vows wouldn't be near as lovely as his. I'm not very good at this. My voice was quiet, but somehow everyone heard it. I've never been the pretty one, the smart one, or even the one who everyone liked. That is until I met you. Before that day in the woods, I wouldn't be caught dead talking in public to a guy. Ballet was the only thing that kept me going. I had a dance partner and a best friend. I snuck a glance and a smile at Adam, who was in the front row next to his 3-month pregnant mate. He gave me a small smile back. My eyes then shifted back to Theo. Now I have a dance partner for life and a lover. One who accepts me for spending 12 hours by myself dancing some days. One I love. Theo's half-crooked smile let me know what I said was good. The minister gave Theo a look. Alpha. You may kiss your Luna. His hand cupped my cheek as his lips came down to mine. This kiss was less passionate than others, but that made sense since we were in public. His lips were still tender and loving against mine though. Even though I was in the moment, my ears still registered the clapping. There was a slow clap that stood out above the rest. Theo tensed up as we broke apart, and we were faced with the eyes of Eric Morgan. Such a lovely ceremony. Honestly, I don't think I've seen a cuter one. His voice was sinister and filled me with dread. Leave now. We have no interest in harming you. Theo commanded. How did you even find us? A little wolf told me. And out from the shadows came Louise. The brunette had a smirk on her face as she waved teasingly to Theo. We found her about 2 weeks ago. Promised I would spare her life if she gave me information. 15 more hunters came out from the shadows surrounding him. Eric pulled out a gun and shot Louise. Her body crumpled on the floor as blood puddled around her. Too bad I never intended to keep that promise. She was very entertaining. He shifted the gun so it pointed at Theo. He pulled the trigger and then everyone stopped dead in their tracks with shock. Everyone was staring at me with shock written all over their faces. What happened? Why are they all staring at me? As I turned around, my eyes were met with Theo's. When did I move in front of him? A warmth was spreading across my stomach. It felt like a liquid that spreads thinly, but quickly. As I moved my hand, a metallic smell drifted up to my nose. My hand was covered in a red spread. As I looked down, blood spread along the center of my dress. Theo. Dizziness started sweeping over my body and my legs started descending to the ground. No. Theo just barely broke my fall by catching me in his arms. My skin registered that there was pressure on it, but I personally did not. Shock slowly drained out of my system and was replaced with pain. There was just a small section that felt like each individual nerve was sliced open. James ran over and helped Theo. Keep pressure on it, he instructed. My brother's hands replaced his as he got up. A hunter was right in his path and he ripped his head off with his bare hands. All hell broke loose after that. Wolves fought with hunters and bodies fell to the ground. Theo walked right to Eric in rage. Nobody touch Eric, he is mine. As Theo approached him, Eric dropped his grin. It's too bad she got in the way. I rather like her. She was so feisty during our time together. Didn't want to give you up while you slept with another woman. His fist pulled back and landed square on Theo's jaw. He stumbled back a bit before kicking Eric straight in the chest. Red flashed across my vision as I attempted to watch them. Was Theo bleeding? James pressed harder on my stomach. Come on, Abby, I will kill you if you die on me. How did that make sense? Theo grabbed Eric by the throat and held him against a tree. As Eric tried to claw his way out of Theo's grasp, Theo smashed his head against Eric's. Blood was all I could see. Blood lined Eric's face and Theo's suit. It was all over my brother's hands and spread all across my dress. The grass and aisle were more red than their original color. A dizziness started to set into my head. Black dots were obstructing my vision. I couldn't let them win. Can Theo forgive me if I die? Can I forgive myself? I have to. I have to live. I am not done. Theo needs me. James needs me. I have more to do with my life. I have more dances to dance. I want my own family. Blood came out of the corner of my mouth as I coughed a bit. Everyone was screaming. Either they were scared of the fight between hunters and werewolves, or they had just seen a loved one murdered. I, however, was faced with the sight of the pack doctor dead. I am scared too. It isn't the prospect of death staring me right in the face that scared me. Death had stared me in the face more than once this past year. It was Theo dying that scared me. My strength was slowly fading as I saw Eric knee Theo in the stomach and dropping to the ground. Before he could get back into a fighting stance, Theo put his hands on either side of his head. I'm done with your hunters going after my pack. Eric was forever silenced by Theo ripping his head off. Shortly after, a chorus of necks snapping rung through the trees. I am so tired. Could I just sleep? Even for just a few minutes. My eyes closed but opened straight back up. Abigail, don't you dare fall asleep on me, Theo yelled. James, call an ambulance, he ordered. I already did. They are held up by an accident about 15 minutes from here. Theo punched the ground in rage. Damn it, James. She doesn't have 15 minutes. Theo slid his arms around my body and lifted me off the ground. I'm taking her there myself. If only I could hold on until then, I'll be fine. Theo took off running faster than I had ever seen him run. More often my vision would go dark. Theo. I wheezed out. It was like he couldn't hear me. He just kept running. Theo. I tried again, reaching to touch his face. If I was going to die, I want to remember his touch last. Don't think like that. You are going to be fine. Was I though, please? Theo, I'm tired and running through the woods isn't helping. If anything, he picked up speed. My breathing became labored. Theo. I'm cold. I forced out in between breaths. He slowed down and set me down on the ground. Quickly he took off his suit coat and wrapped it around me. He was such a gentleman. Abby. You are so pale, he said with a sigh. That's what happens when you lose blood. He laughed a small bit and so did I. My laugh turned into a cough. Theo picked me up and started to run again. Theo. My eyes started to droop as a numbing sensation ran through my body. Tears were forming in the corner of his eyes. With shaking hands I reached up and wiped them away. Each nerve slowly started to die with me. Far in the distance I saw lights of a hospital. I can't fly. I'm a flightless bird. Theo started to slow down a bit. Abby. Don't start talking like that. Can't you see up ahead? We are almost there. The confidence I loved about him was shaking. It's true though. I can't feel anything. Abby. You will fly again. In a year or so we will have our pups to raise. A little boy at first. Name him Jonathan after your father. Maybe a little girl after. We can name her Prim. I know you loved her in the Hunger Games. I wanted all of that. And each Sunday. We'll go down to the beach you took me to after I woke up from the car accident. I added. Exactly. I could picture it all now. A boy about 7 with Theo's hair but my eyes running around the water. Trailing behind him a girl, about 5 with blonde hair and Theo's eyes. Theo, with his arms wrapped around me as we watched them. You'll teach Prim how to dance like the swan you are. Tears streamed down his face. I'll make sure you fly again. My flightless bird. He said, stroking my face. I love you. I love you so much. Please. Don't let death dampen your wings. Don't let him ground you. Please. Fly again. A smile spread across my face and my eyes started drifting shut as a freezing sensation settled in and a pressure was lifted off my chest. I love you. My little bird. No matter if you are a flightless bird. I love you. A tear fell on my cheek. And then there was nothing. There was nothing but 3 words before I was taken from this world. I love you. You would be amazed about the things you grow used to after 15 years. Then again. I was lucky in a way. Everything had just been steadily going downhill to the point that when things got really bad I wasn't all that surprised. After all. I was simply lucky to be alive. I was only 2 when the Civil War started. Although it had been brewing for a few years before I was born, my grandpa was the alpha of my pack. And from what I've been told he was a good one. Ruthless to his enemies. But not hot-headed. Only attacking when absolutely necessary. Kind and generous. But careful about being too trusting. His health started failing about 3 years before I was born. And there was a big panic about who the next alpha would be. Twins were rare amongst werewolves. But an alpha producing twins was rarer. As my grandfather's health deteriorated, more and more he started giving both my father and uncle the responsibilities of an alpha in order to figure out who would lead the pack next. That never happened though because my grandfather died before he could officially name an heir. The goddess of the moon would determine the next alpha. Everyone assumed it would be my father. He was born first. And handled the responsibilities of an alpha with grace. And didn't have my uncle's short fuse, but it was my uncle that the power shifted to. Needless to say. People weren't happy. There was a 50/50 schism in the pack. Half the pack believed my father should have been the alpha. And half sided with my uncle. Although from what I've heard a good chunk of people on my uncle's side only sided with him because they trusted the goddess's decision above everything else. For 2 years my parents led a resistance against my uncle after he started ruling through fear. It was looking like the tides were even turning in their favor too. Until my uncle found them. His men broke into our house and overpowered my parents. I had to watch as my uncle killed them both. And then he found me. I was only 4, so he knew that there was no way he could get away with killing me. So instead, he took me with him. He held up my parents' bodies and used them to squash what was left of my parents' resistance. In the end, over a third of the entire pack had been killed in the Civil War. The people my parents were closest to and had some level of authority in the resistance were publicly executed. Fear of what my uncle would do to them and their families have kept everyone else who supported my father in line for the past 15 years. As for me, I was thrown into the attic of the pack house. Things weren't always this bad for me. For a while I was treated as nothing but an annoyance. I was sent to school in the human town about 15 miles from the pack's border since my uncle decided he didn't want me taught by who he viewed as the competent teachers in the pack. only occasionally being pushed around and out of the way. As I got older, things got progressively worse for me. Gradually, the chores of the pack house were added onto my plate for when I was done with schoolwork. I was expected to do laundry, scrub the floors, cook, do maintenance. You name it. The older I got, the worse the punishment for failure got worse too. What once was the occasional push and shove became daily beatings courtesy of my uncle or whoever he decided to let at me that day. The longest I had gone without getting some form of beating was a week when I was 15. I always got the worst beating on the anniversary of the end of the war. My uncle would drag me out to be a fill-in for my parents. They used to just throw fruit at me. I was 10 when they started punching me. This year's celebration for the 15th anniversary was the worst though. My uncle dragged me out as usual, and he tied my hands behind my back with wolfsbane laced ropes. He made those who supported my father, and them only, beat me to a pulp after whipping me. There was a look of sorrow and sadness as they carried it out. Yes, I screamed in pain. But I honestly didn't care on an emotional level. I guess that was the one perk of my uncle ramping things up over time. I haven't cared about much of anything for a long time. Even in school, I really only cared about getting stuff done. Granted, that led to me graduating top of my class. But even that didn't get me anything at home. Every year a big party is held after graduation for the pack members who finished high school. The year I graduated, I didn't get to participate. No. Literally, the morning after graduation I was beaten to a pulp and then had to set up and cook for the party that night. Ever since then I've just worked day in and day out for these people who make my life hell. I was afforded one luxury though. No one had ever touched me in that way. My uncle held on to one aspect of my grandfather's tenure as alpha. Mated or unmated, no one was to touch a female sexually. For the mated females, it was obvious why they weren't allowed to be touched, as the males were a force to be reckoned with. For unmated females, the theory was you never know who they are mated to. Wars had been started by alphas because their Luna had been in a relationship with another wolf and they consensually hooked up. Rarely did I let my mind wander about the mate I knew was out there. Oh, how I wanted him to find me and rip this pack to shreds when he found out what they did to me. I wanted him to take me away from here and give me the love and tenderness that I craved deep down inside. Once in a while I would close my eyes and just imagine what it would feel like to be held in his arms and have him whisper in my ear that everything would be all right. He would kiss my head as I drifted off to sleep and I would wake up still in his arms. But then I remembered how merciful my uncle had been to me. Yes, I was beaten to a pulp. But I also had access to food. I was given a place to sleep. Even though I had to scrounge up the blankets to keep me warm, there were clothes on my back and I had been educated. It was more than others had. It was more than I ever deserved. Because I am the daughter of traitors. I am weak. I am a coward who hid in a closet while my parents and pack were murdered. I am expendable and a waste of pack resources. I am useless. I am nothing. The battle raged around me. A group of hunters from the north decided to attack since we killed a couple of their members who were spying on us and almost killed my son. Jonathan turned 15 a few months ago. He showed so much promise as an alpha. We need to help the alpha, one of my warriors shouted. Our instructions were clear: send them away, my beta yelled back. One of the hunters got a good couple of shots on me. As I laid on the ground, my wedding ring caught the light. In 16 years, I hadn't taken it off. Well, that isn't true. I took it off when I showered. I also took it off when Prim wanted to bake with me. My little Prim. She was 13 now. One day when she was 5, she went through the room. In there, she found Abby's point shoes. That day she asked to be enrolled in classes. Most days she was dancing in the big room. The one where I danced with Abby. When she was finished with homework. Prim was very skilled. In just a few years she would be as good as Abby. My limbs turned into lead as more blood poured out of the wound. I had been shot before, so the feeling wasn't new. What was new was how fast the feeling spread throughout my body. Each nerve felt like it was weighed down by weights. All of the lights seemed brighter. Then I felt it. The softest pair of hands grasped mine and pulled me close. In a flash, all of the pain was gone. All around me was white, except for the one person in front of me. Her hair was its perfect blonde shade and tightly pulled back into a bun. Her smile every bit as perfect as I remembered it. The glint of the ring drew my attention as she caressed my cheek and the years fell off of me. You have aged far too many years, dear. Hearing her voice made me smile, like I haven't in years. And you haven't aged one, my flightless bird. My Abigail. She wasn't in the dress she died in 16 years ago. No. She was just wearing a black leotard. A pink tutu that was thin and short. White tights. And of course her point shoes. It took me a year before I finally decided to adopt the kids. Jonathan was from an alpha line but was orphaned when his pack was wiped out and had no family. I adopted Prim 2 years later. I never did marry again though. James would make sure they were all right. For the first time in 16 years I pulled my mate close and kissed her. I had waited 16 years to see her again. I almost saw her within the first year I lost her. The depression was crippling. Her brother talked me out of killing myself. He said it wasn't what she would want. Looking at her now and raising the kids, I know he was right. As she pulled away, I took her right hand in my left and placed my right hand on her hip. In my mind there was music. As long as there was music she would dance. And dance she did. After leading her in a few moments of simple two-person dancing, I spun her out as she did a chain of chaîné turns. Before she could land in 5th position, I caught up and lifted her. As I brought her down I dipped her so she was facing the ground, but she was in passe. Slowly I brought her up and set her down. Her back faced me as I grabbed her hand and wrapped my other arm around her. I could see her close her eyes as once again I lead her. Before she died I told her she would fly again. I told her she wouldn't be flightless forever. I was right. Together, we danced into the moon goddess's waiting embrace. Anastasia's wolf crouched low, snarling at the pain in her leg, trying to peer through the circle of Callie's subordinates. Callie's wolf was huge. Bigger than Dad and Jonathan, but more gangly. His purple fur stuck out as if he had been electrocuted. And his eyes were a sickly yellow. Dad and Jonathan moved seamlessly, attacking together. But Callie was equally skilled. Blood dripped from Callie's teeth as he managed to bite and scratch both opposing alphas. Anastasia growled lowly as she saw Callie smack Dad back. She looked at her brothers, knowing they had to intervene. On their signal, her brothers chorused. Their opponents crouched low. And on her brothers' howls, they attacked Callie's last line of defense. Anastasia's wolf had a strategy of wounding them to the point where they could not get up. Moving like a human boxer. Aiming for the gut and head. Only going for the neck when necessary. A searing pain racked the back of Anastasia's skull as Dad's wolf was sent flying straight into a tree. Her wolf sank her claws into an opposing wolf's stomach before rushing to his aid. Dad stood up shakily. Anastasia ducked under his neck as he drooped. He was weak. A poison coursing through his veins stemming from the multiple bites Callie had inflicted. Dad was bleeding. But the unknown poison was the more life-threatening issue. She attacked a wolf who attempted to attack Dad while he was down. She bit into its neck and tossed it away. She looked at Jonathan. He had been bitten as well and his stamina was weakening. She howled as Callie pounced on Jonathan, using momentum from a tree. But before he made contact, Luke tackled him in mid-air, using his front paws to pin Callie down by his neck and attacking him. Rowan was closest as he checked on Jonathan. Both alphas were weak and disoriented. Luke was holding his own against Callie for now. pinning him and trying to end it quickly. But Luke's hold was not enough. Kali positioned his hind legs under Luke and pushed him off. Kali stood and wasted no time as he charged. Luke Anastasia shouted as Kali lunged for his hind legs. Luke dodged but was not fast enough as Kali's jaws closed around his ankle. Luke's wolf whined in pain as Dad, Jonathan, and Anastasia lunged, taking Kali down and causing him to release Luke's ankle. Anastasia's wolf bit at Kali's stomach, ready to disembowel him. Jonathan pulled at his legs while Dad went for the jugular. Kali's muscles tensed, and Anastasia tightened her bite as Kali howled and bucked, throwing Dad and Jonathan off. She roared as Kali's claws dug into her muzzle and returned the favor before scrambling to her feet to put distance between them. They circled each other, assessing capabilities. Despite the bite in her leg and her energy depleting. "Do you feel it?" Kali's voice was low but clearly audible. Blood dripped from his side where Anastasia's teeth had exposed the flesh. The poison coursing through your veins, sapping your strength, slowly killing you. She bared her muzzle as he stalked her. "Give up now, little wolf. Save yourself the slow and agonizing death. I will make it swift and merciless. In your dreams," she thought as she lunged. Her jaws opened. But Kali hit her under her chin with his paws. She tasted her own blood as her teeth and tongue gnashed together. Their heads clashed as she tried to throw him off his legs. A radiating pain erupted from the blow, blurring her vision slightly. Kali sensed this and went for her neck. But she sidestepped him at the last second. Her wolf stumbled slightly from the definite concussion and the burning pain in her chest as the poison from Kali's body started to accumulate in her heart. She tackled him again, rising to her hind feet as her claws captured his head and her teeth sank into his neck. He howled in pain and tried to throw her off. But she stood her ground, biting harder through bitter muscle and blood. Kali jumped and used his hind legs to push her away. She rolled her neck to distract herself from the pain. "You're a good fighter, little wolf," he commented. "I am half inclined to spare your life so you can fight alongside me." She looked at him, snarling and breathing heavily, before charging again, aiming for Kali's head. But she did not see his next move coming. Kali lay flat on the grass, avoiding her tackle before rising to his hind legs and throwing her into the air and capturing her neck between his teeth. Her heart hammered, and she managed a cry of pain as he rattled her body. She was bowed, unable to move or fight back. She howled as he tossed her body in the air, jaws ready to snap her neck. A resounding howl pierced through the fighting, shaking the ground and causing animals to flee. Her body trembled from the authority it commanded. The battle ceased from the Alpha Order, and everyone looked around to figure out who issued it. She fell to the ground with a thud, whimpering as pain bloomed on her back. Kali was distracted, curious, but mostly livid, to see who had the authority to command 3 packs. Her body was on fire as she struggled to focus with blurred vision. Luke walked slowly towards Kali. He was limping from his broken ankle, and his fur was stained red with blood. His eyes flitted to her briefly, and she felt his wolf reach out to hers. This was not Luke, his wolf had entirely taken over. She was shocked, as Luke never wanted to lose his humanity in battle. But she guessed losing her was the trigger. She tried to reach out, but her wolf blocked her, forcing her to surrender. She watched as they communicated silently. Luke ordered her wolf to stay down, and her body shuddered under the force of his command and pain. But she lacked the energy to fight it. He refocused his attention on Kali. Both wolves were equally battered and bruised but still standing. Luke circled Kali, muzzle bared and ears low, challenging him to a duel. "Luke, do not do this alone. She called out to him. She winced at his refusal and groaned as Kali growled and stood. And both wolves got ready to attack. With their fur dyed with blood and their teeth stained. It was obvious the duel would cost someone their life. Luke's blood was hot. And anger drowned out the pain he was experiencing as he glared at the man who was destroying his life. Bite by bite. All around him. His pack and friends lay bloodied and bruised. This man nearly killed Anastasia. His sole reason for existing. He glanced at Anastasia. For some reason his wolf loved her full name. She could barely stand. Supported by Jared and Ronan. Her wolf was begging him not to do this alone. But he had to. He was not going to let Kali destroy his pack and numerous others. He circled Kali slowly. Baring his muzzle. His body taut and ready. The adrenaline in his veins blocked out all the pain. And he was filled with one goal: to kill Kali. Now, child. Kali used creepy wolf speak. Do you really think you can kill me? Your mate. She's strong, but you both are children. Inexperienced, clueless children. Luke lunged. Taking Kali off guard. But Kali swatted him away quickly. Kali lunged and swiped his paw across Luke's face. Luke howled in pain as warm blood dripped from his eye into his mouth. How's the eye? Kali sneered. Luke roared and sprinted. Kali dodged. But Luke feinted. Extended his claws. And swiped at him. Right back at you. Luke snarled. As blood caked Kali's face. Kali grinned and laughed. A sight straight out of a horror movie. Pain, Kali shouted. I don't feel pain. The poison that thrums through your veins ensures this. Kali advanced slowly. And Luke stepped back to create distance. But he underestimated it. Kali tackled him. Sinking his teeth into his hide and pinning him to the ground with a paw on his head. Kali looked up and grinned. Watch in despair. I will end this filthy bloodline today and your pack will be mine. Luke groaned as Kali laughed. Luke looked at everyone. Including Anastasia. She was pale. Propped against Jared. Getting weaker as the poison flowed. Luke felt her wolf calling out. He tried his hardest to escape Kali's grasp but failed. This is the end. I have won, smiled Kali triumphantly. Luke felt it was the end and looked at Anastasia one last time. An apology for failing her. Anna was in pain. She was no longer panicking. Admitting defeat and accepting reality as a tear rolled down her cheek. Luke's wolf growled. Questioning how many times Anastasia had cried because of him. He felt fresh anger bubble in his chest. Determined not to let her last memory of him be one of pain. Anna later told him that the look in his eyes changed as the most savage. Primal roar left his lips. His muscles tensed. And with one last burst of strength. His claws slashed into Kali's side. And he kicked him over. The force sent Kali tumbling down a small precipice. As fast as he could. Luke lunged and sank his teeth into Kali's neck. The impact propelled Kali to the bottom of the drop. Impaling him on his side by a fallen log. Luke used his full strength. Pinning Kali to the log. Biting and scratching any skin he could reach that was not his own. Kali roared and tried to break free. But the log and the blood pouring from his wound meant he was fighting a losing battle. You will not win. Kali spat. Froth, and blood dripping down. You can't kill me and you don't have the guts to do it. Luke looked down on him and cocked his head. On a normal day I would not have. But today. I will make an exception just for you. He said. Barely registering he was using wolf speak. As long as anyone threatens my pack. My friends and especially my mate. They are my enemy and no mercy will be shown. Kali growled as Luke placed both his paws on either side of his head and sank his teeth and claws into Kali's neck and the top of his head. Luke paused. giving him a moment for last words. Seems I have underestimated you, Kali chuckled. Luke twisted his body, with his full weight against the log. And with a resounding crack, Kali's head fell limp. Luke could hear his heartbeat in his ears as the adrenaline wore off. His wolf retreated, and the pain and reality of what he had done sank in. He could faintly hear his father and Alpha Ashworth calling out. He cried out in pain as the pain of his pack rang through his head. He tried to pull back, but lacked the energy to disconnect. He collapsed, his fur soaked in blood that burned. Every breath hurt more than the last. His vision blurred as his lids felt heavy. And slowly the howls and babbles became dimmer. Anna. Luke breathed. Anna, I know, Luke. It's okay. Just close your eyes. He panicked slightly as his body registered someone holding his broken leg. Shh. Luke. It's okay. Just close your eyes. It's okay. Just sleep. Anastasia opened her eyes as her brain stumbled out of a drug-fueled haze. The sunlight shone through the blinds, making the white of the room painful on her eyes. She sighed as her eyes glazed over the calendar. And her heart rate spiked as she looked at the date. She had been there for 6 days. Today was supposed to be her audition. Their packs were in chaos, with every wolf helping recovery. The hospital was full, and the less injured were moved into nearby houses. For the first few days, doctors focused on flushing the poison, relying on accelerated healing for physical injuries. She vaguely heard the doctor list her injuries as fractures and muscle damage. 2 blissed out by the IV to pinpoint them. Her ankle was in a soft cast, and she was saddened at the thought of the months of rehab and how long it would be before she could dance. Hey! She looked up as Rowan walked in. Her younger brothers were relatively unscathed and were in charge, while the older brothers and dad were stuck in the hospital. How are you? Thirsty? Her voice was hoarse. She cringed at the memory of Kali's jaws. Rowan frowned, as if reading her thoughts, and brought a glass of water. How is everyone? She murmured. Cleared of the poison, thanks to the information Blackwell had in his journal. Luna Blackwell. Tammy and the ladies were able to create an antidote. Now we just need the physical all clear, Rowan said. Usually they would use mind links, but their minds, bodies, and wolves were too hurt and exhausted. She sighed and popped her back. How is he? She had not been allowed to see Luke, whose room was on the top floor. His vitals were stable, but he had not woken up since ending the fight and killing Kali. He's the same, Rowan answered carefully. Luna Blackwell has been busy between him and Alpha Blackwell. Her heart hurt. Can I see him? She monitored Rowan's inner debate and already knew the answer. I'm sorry, Annabelle. She sighed as the nurse came in, checking her vitals and leaving breakfast. Her ears stood at attention as Rowan talked to the nurse outside. All right. Up you come. She grinned as Rowan disconnected the wires and adjusted the IV. Let's go see everyone. She smiled as he placed her in a wheelchair. But her joy at freedom was quickly replaced by sorrow as she saw the aftermath of the fight firsthand. She talked to the nurses and comforted everyone. Their packs had taken a serious blow, but they survived thanks to Luke. Jared ran to her, greeting her by the long-forgotten nickname. Hey, little one. She kissed his cheek, her heart breaking a little, and asked, How are you? I'm not sure. She gestured to the IV. Whatever is in here is strong. Jared nodded, the strain of leading the Ashworth pack visible on his face. Similar to Rowan's. They had always wanted more responsibility, but not this much or like this. She held their hands tightly. She waved goodbye as Rowan wheeled her away. She checked up on Ari and Asher first. Kenna and Haley were with them, watching them like a hawk. Ari and Asher had stayed at the back of the fight, ready to kill any wolf who dared make a break for the pack. Where their mates were, other than hairline fractures and scratches, they were fine but kept under observation. She left their room as Asher and Kenna started arguing about who had the cooler scars. "Hey hothead," she chimed softly, waking Axel up. He smiled, which she rarely saw. As Rowan left, "You did not sleep well." She poked the area under his eyes gently. "How could I?" he murmured. All he could see was Callie's jaws poised near her neck. The first time he had this nightmare. His panic was so strong he woke her through their link and had to be sedated. She rubbed his back as they talked quietly, with a fractured leg and collarbone combined with blood loss. His road to recovery would be a long one. She reached out to Rowan quietly as Axel fell asleep again. "Can I sign your cast?" Kale asked as she entered his and Zayden's room. "You can try," she mused. Emily and Steffi were fussing over them. She glanced at Zadin, whose silent order got them out of the room. "I'm sorry," she said softly as she sat between the two beds. It hurt to see her friends in pain. This wasn't their fight, and the guilt was overwhelming. "You have nothing to apologize for," Zadin said, annoyed by his arm in a cast. "We will always have your back." Anastasia. Kale winced as the side with the bites irritated him. "That is what friends are for." Together, she held out her pinkies. An old childhood ritual. "Now." Kael grined, linking his pinky with hers. "And until the end." Zayden smiled as he did the same. "Anastasia." Niall grinned, looking up from his ever-present laptop. His bandaged wrist and torso were not enough to stop the resident evil genius from his schemes. "What in the goddess name are you working on?" She rested her head on his arm. "Inventory. Records. Everything," he responded. "He's a workaholic," Damien muttered, pulling her to his bed with his good arm. She chuckled, resting her head next to his torso, avoiding his stitches. He had avoided most injuries until two wolves ambushed him, breaking his leg and trying to disembowel him. She and Axel were kept awake by the panic of the same nightmare. "Dad's ready to see her." Rowan's voice woke her up. She must have dozed off. She waved sleepily to her brothers as Rowan wheeled her to Dad's room. "There's my fighter." Dad grinned. Whatever was in his IV had to be a happy pill. Or perhaps it was just Dad, a source of strength for their pack. "I'm so proud of you, but so many people are hurt," she choked out. "But so many more could be dead. Or worse," Dad added, resting his hand on her head. "You were amazing out there. You put your life on the line and fought tooth and nail. It was worth it in the end, I guess," she conceded. She was lost in despair, wondering if Luke would ever wake up. She hadn't noticed Dad talking to someone. Rowan's mouth was grim as they left Dad's room. "Where are we going?" she asked as Rowan pressed the up arrow for the elevator. "Where do you think we're going?" He answered jokingly as her heart started to pound. Her breathing became shallow as the mate bond tugged at her body. "Luke," she breathed as Rowan opened the door. He was hooked up to many machines, confirming he was alive. His broken leg was elevated, and a bandage covered his injured eye. She bit her lips seeing all the bandages on his bare torso. "Time to go," Rowan said after barely a minute. "No," she growled, her wolf resurfacing with enough strength to fight anyone who would take them away from Luke. "I am staying with him." Rowan did not hide his shock, nor did he fight her. She rested her head on Luke's torso, as Rowan left them alone. Luke's breathing was slow but steady, She longed for his voice or touch. She stared at him, sending all her willpower through their bond. Begging him to wake up, she found herself humming a foreign yet familiar tune and surrendered to slumber. Warmth engulfed her left cheek, stirring her awake. It was quiet. Night time or probably early morning. She blinked, finding an icy blue eye looking back at her. Luke. She jolted up. Luke. She grabbed his hand and kissed it as he smiled weakly. She was nearly crying with relief and joy as they sat there, just looking at each other. Shall I call a doctor? No. His voice was raspy. No. He held her as tight as he could. Not tonight. I just need you. Her chest caved in on itself at the sheer desperation etched on his face. She nodded, hoisting herself up, taking care not to disrupt their treatments. She avoided touching his torso as he held her tight. She pressed a kiss to his mark, reminding him they were both here. Luke growled contentedly before they both fell asleep. Luke watched as the doctors and his parents talked in the corner of the room. His head was fuzzy as he leaned into the warmth of Anna's chest. She lay curled up on his bed. Protectively. She growled lowly, displeased with the exclusion. They had been inseparable since he opened his eyes. Anastasia was insanely protective and strong for the two of them, as he could not protect her. From what they heard, it would take 3 solid weeks before he got out. They're annoying me, Anna muttered. He looked up at her, his heart hurting as he saw the pain in her eyes. He closed his unbandaged eye as she traced the skin beneath his injured one. He kissed her softly, trying to relax her. She was not sleeping well as his nightmares, coupled with her brother's, kept her busy. He kissed her neck, his mark, not ready for verbal discussion. Luke. Their attention snapped forward as his name popped up in their conversation. He growled lowly, rattling the door, capturing everyone's attention. I think it's time you started speaking to us directly. Anna's words were cold. They could feel and see how the day of the fight had changed Anastasia and him. His father's wolf was on edge, uncomfortable with the new power Luke's wolf possessed. The doctor cleared his throat and faced them. Well, Mr. Blackwell, the good news is that your body seems to be healing nicely. You too, Ms. Ashworth. I figure you two being so close is accelerating your healing. Bad news is that you'll be here until the end of the month, but the good news is you'll be able to take the bandage off your eye. His hand drifted to the injury. The bond only betrayed his nervousness to Anna as he nodded. He zoned out a little, but Anna was paying attention. Soon, the room was quiet again as the doctor, nurses, and his parents left. You don't need to be afraid, Anna murmured as she stood up and stretched, frowning in pain in her ankle. What if I can't see again? He looked up at her, his mind racing. Anna smiled and pushed some of his hair back before kissing his forehead. Well, there's only one way to find out, she said, matter-of-factly. He grasped her wrist as she straightened. Anastasia. Please. Anna pursed her lips before sitting in his lap. He wrapped his arms around her, tracing circles on her thighs. He was scared, terrified, but she was calm and steady as she reached for the bandage. He closed his eyes as he felt the tape peeling away. His breath was shaky as the harsh hospital lights were bright, even behind his eyelids. He felt Anna pull a ribbon, judging by the smell of her shampoo around his eyes. Open them, she said quietly. Slowly. Let yourself adjust. He sighed and winced as the brightness assaulted his injured eye. Anna shushed him and held his hand as he regained his sense of sight. He could see the red of the ribbon. Anna was patient. You can take it off, he murmured. He inhaled the perfume on Anna's wrist as she untied the ribbon. He winced as he faced the full light. But his heart raced as Anna's face came into view. Her smile lit up the room. He cupped her face and smiled with her. He could feel her trying to calm his thoughts as she looked at him. Her concern racking through her body as she touched the tender skin beneath his eye. A scratch. A scar. Extended a couple of inches below and above his eye. It would stay with him forever. A reminder of Kali. To him. It was more than that, it was a testament of the day Anastasia put her life on the line for their packs. And the day he was ready to die for her. He vowed never to let something like this happen again. Your father is uneasy, she said internally. I think he knows. I know, he replied. His fingers slipping under her top to trace patterns on her back. Things are going to change soon. The real question is how soon. It depends. How involved do you want to be with the Ashworth move? He growled lowly. You know I'll be with you every step of the way. Anna smiled. It would be a couple of weeks before a full-scale move is underway. Most of us are down and out for the count now. Rowan and some others went out to scout this morning. I can send some others. He mused. I'll ask Brian to sort that out. Seth will definitely help out as well. Would a group of 20 work? Your alpha is showing. Anna commented with a chuckle. Every time he heard her laugh. It was a blessing. As memories of nearly losing her were still forefront in his mind. It's very generous of you, but I want you to focus on your recovery. He smiled and kissed the top of her head as they got lost in their thoughts. Their minds intertwining. They relived each other's fear, pain, worries, and relief. Within those moments, they became one. Never again. Anna's eyes flickered to his. Both filled with a promise. Never again. The following weeks were terrible. Anastasia had been discharged with strict orders for rest and physical therapy but was soon readmitted for stress and overwork. Luke and she were sharing a room so he could monitor her. Anastasia. His low voice was laced with a warning as she sat typing away at her laptop. Her eyes had not left the screen for hours. And she sensed he was half inclined to throw it across the room. It's the school. She murmured. I have asked them to defer my audition. And. She bit back her tears. Luke sifted through her thoughts. Luke reached across to tilt her head. Don't give up, my love. They said you showed promise. They still want you. Yes, but how long are they willing to wait for me? She murmured. Laying her head on Luke's stomach as he ran his fingers through her hair. Brian tells me that your lands were left untouched. Luke's voice reverberated with power. Save a couple houses on the northern boundary. But yes. Relatively untouched. She replied. Tracing the outline of his muscles. When are you planning a first move? When at least Ari and Asher have been given the all clear. She replied. They will go with all the college gens and start working. They can more than defend themselves if anything. Then the kids and finally. Everyone else as they get the all clear for travel. Luke's fingers stopped wandering on her cheek. Commanding her attention. Yes. His warm hand cupped her cheek. When do you leave? She kissed his stomach to reassure him. I'll be one of the last. More than likely I leave with Axel, Damien and Dad. The four of them were the hardest hit and some of the most vital people in the pack. His thoughts whirred. And when do you want to come back? Her breathing hitched. She knew they needed to talk about the next step, officially becoming part of his pack. Definitely when my family can hold their own. She thrummed her fingers. Months from now. Luke bristled. I don't think I can wait months. His unvoiced fear related to the evident power shift and potentially deadly arguments between him and his father. Most of the Blackwell pack had renewed belief in Luke. She hoisted herself up onto Luke's bed and pressed a kiss to her mark on his smooth skin. I know. Luke's arms coiled around her. They stayed quiet. Thoughts weaving. Luke planning months ahead while she planned day by day. She looked up as Luke's body tensed. He sensed their parents. Our parents are here, he muttered. She shifted as the door opened. Pulo, Anna Bear. She grinned as Dad wheeled himself in. Having been cleared for restricted mobility. I hope you've been resting. For the most part. She commented. Family meeting this evening. Dad tried to probe her mind. But she stopped him. Luke cleared his throat. To what do we owe the pleasure of a visit? She locked her fingers with his. Hoping to calm him before a fight with Jonathan. Dad assessed Jonathan, whose wolf was riled up. We managed to capture some renegades. We're having a pack meeting to decide what to do with them. I will be there. She looked up at Luke. I can act as your proxy. No. Luke cracked his neck. I will ask the doctor if I can be released for the meeting. Jonathan sighed. Luke. You are in no state to be attending this meeting. An ominous warning growl rumbled from Luke's chest. Shaking the window. Is that true, or is that what you want me to think? We overheard your conversation yesterday. She clarified. Placing a placating palm on Luke's chest. Relishing Jonathan's stunned look. The next time you conspire, you shouldn't plot right outside the patient's room, trying to keep me out of things when you very well know I have every right to make my opinion heard. You really are a snake through and through. Luke ground out. All right, you too. Emma stepped forward to rein in her husband. The meeting starts at 1:00. I'll make the necessary arrangements. They left. Anastasia sat up and straddled Luke's lap. He smirked. You know you're not helping by instigating quarrels. She brushed his hair back, lightly touching his scar. Yes, but he doesn't help by rejecting reality. Luke's hands drifted to her waist. What am I going to do when you go? I don't know, but we will be fine. His beautiful blue eyes swirled with emotion. And he captured her lips intensely. Maternity ward is on the 4th floor, guys. Jason's cockiness broke the atmosphere. Hey guys. She greeted them. They were followed by the doctor with a wheelchair for Luke. She helped Luke put on a clean t-shirt as the doctor called for a special van. Shouldn't you be using a crutch? Anna Seth eyed her ankle in the air cast. She ignored his glare and said she was fine. Seth. Watch her. Luke ordered. She rolled her eyes but didn't fight his wolf's need to protect her. Jason and Brian stood on either side of Luke. She looked at their inner circle. Let's go. Her father chaired the meeting. Luke and Jonathan sat on opposite sides. Damien warned her. Just be careful. She smiled, trusting he would protect her. Niall was debriefing them on the Ashworth's proposal. Are they volatile? She asked. Luke nudged her, calming her attention. His calmness unnerved everyone. He was a far cry from the emotional boy months before. Harvey spoke for the Blackwells, saying the renegades were stable, admitted error, and were willing to adopt their ways. I think I speak for everyone when I say that I am hesitant in letting them into either of our packs. Luke muttered, earning murmurs. Jonathan's irritated growl started. She curled an arm around Luke. Careful. There's no sense in fighting. His fingers stroked her arm. I am no one. Luke's voice was void of emotion, striking fear in her. I just merely the man who destroyed a maniac who could have easily conquered our pack and every pack in his path. Forgive me for wanting to see that job completed. Jonathan bristled. All right then. He flung his pen down. What do you suggest we do? Separate them. Dad fought to hide his smile. Luke suggested blindfolding them, taking them to different parts of the country, and setting them free. arguing they won't survive without the power of a pack. He suggested microchipping them to monitor movements. Why are we giving them the benefit of life? One of the Blackwell elders spat out. But they did. Luke countered. Kali spent weeks at the border of Ashworth lands taunting them, yes. But giving them the chance to flee before things got physical. Even as he stood before us. He gave us a choice. A chance. As evil as he was. Kali was a fair man. I agree with Luke's suggestion. Dad piped up. Niall can have trackers prepared as soon as we're ready. My sons can disperse some around lands. We're ready to escort some mongrels. Brian piped up. With Seth and Jason smirking, I'm sure some of the younger wolves won't mind the task. Luke added, leveling Jonathan with a cold stare. With or without your permission. Now listen here, boy. Jonathan's voice raised. You are in no position to send my pack out on potentially suicide missions. This man, Jason fought back, has the power to stop not one, not two, but 3 packs in the middle of a bloodthirsty war. I think he's more than in a position to give some orders around here. No one was talking to you. Jonathan growled. He realized he had lost control of a huge portion of his pack. Jason. Luke's quiet command made Jason snap his mouth shut. Let's put it up to a vote. Dad suggested. Most of the room raised their hands. All right then. We will convene again for details. Luke. Jonathan called. I would like to speak with you. Alone. He stressed. Luke rolled his eyes. What is the point? You're going to be listening in anyways. Anastasia kissed his cheek before linking her arm through Axel's and leaving. She exhaled softly outside. Anastasia. Dad beckoned Axel and her over. Axel pulled her to his side. You wanted to speak to us. Her heart pounded. My audition date had passed while I was in the hospital. The school responded to my medical excuse. They cannot reschedule an audition anytime soon. But they said I showed promise. It is possible that they may consider a second chance audition. Dad hugged her. Oh, Anna Bear. I'm so sorry. The disappointment caused tears to roll down her cheeks. Are you okay? Luke opened his mind to her. She nodded. Dad. Luke started evenly. I have no intention of turning the pack against you. But you have divided them already. Jonathan snapped back. Luke sighed. If they want to follow me, I cannot stop them. Dad. It's my birthright. I will become alpha soon. Actually a lot sooner than you may think. I am ready to lead. Jonathan snorted. Son. You are young. You have the entire world to see. To experience. There is so much you need to learn. You are not ready to lead. Maybe when you return from college. I'm not leaving the pack. Dad. Luke revealed. I have looked into online colleges. I am ready to lead. Son. Jonathan hesitated. Dad. Luke cut him off. Our pack was nearly decimated. You have to admit you made some and continue to make mistakes. When I faced Kali, I understood what evil is. I could see how power can twist the purest of minds. I can't let our pack fall into the same trap. There is so much we can do, but you need to let me. I agree. I am young and have a lot to learn. But you need to guide me, not shut me out. Jonathan was silent for countless minutes. All right. But my fundamentals still stand until you become alpha. There is only so much I will bend them for you. He paused. You have changed, Luke. Luke's happiness shot through the bond, followed by a wave of ice. I hope so. Luke pulled Anastasia into his lap as everyone left. I say that went rather well. She caressed his neck. His lips pressed against her mark. It's the beginning of our end. Anastasia. Luke's groan broke the stillness of the dark morning. Anna sighed as he uncoiled from her and grabbed his cane to hobble to the bathroom. He returned to bed. Anna curled up into his chest. He traced circles on her skin, willing his thoughts to silence. Their packs were recovering. And the college gens of the Ashworth pack, including Asher, Ari, Rowan, and Jared, were heading back to their lands. Anna was restless about the separation. Houses used by nightwalkers had to be gutted and contaminated soil remediated. An idea from Niall. The Ashworth plans were in motion. He felt Anna's thoughts shift as she tried to wake. He smiled and nudged her, settling his nose into the crook of her neck, lulling them to sleep. Luke was perched on the porch, watching Anna speed walk around. Her ankle was not at 100%, and he still relied on a mobility aid. Anna was busy double-checking and triple-checking things, putting Axel's friends in line. Is Anna heading off today? His mother leaned on the banister. Not today, he replied, growling as Anna rolled her ankle. Damien caught her. Seth and Jason were immediately at her side. She shooed them off, but Jason remained, both he and Luke noticing her limp. I've been thinking, Mom mused. You and Anna should go to the beach house. Luke raised an eyebrow. He planned to take her there later. I intend on taking her, he replied, but not now. This transition is strange for me. I'm not going to add more pressure on her. His wolf purred as Anna approached and greeted Mom. He kissed her forehead and wound an arm around her waist. Are you supposed to be hustling and bustling so much with that ankle? Mom eyed Anna as she hopped up onto the banister. Luke unlaced her sneaker. It was swollen. No. Anna's voice was airy. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes twinkling. Luke nuzzled her cheek. He knew that beneath her bright surface, she was scared to send her brothers and pack off alone, working out attack and rescue plans in her head. Luke tensed as his father passed by. Anna nudged him to pay attention to Mom. I was just telling Luke he should take you to our family's beach house. You have access to a beach house. Anna was incredulous. Luke defended himself, saying it was supposed to be a surprise. Mom smirked. The doctor said you should be off the cane next week. Are you going with the others once the college gens give the all clear? Anna replied they might go but wouldn't stay. Tammy would manage the pack there. But Anna preferred to be here to keep Axel in line. Luke added he needed to work out rotation plans for the Blackwells to help the Ashworths. Oh, so you do get something done in those meetings. Anna's grip tightened on his shoulder. She was impressed. Luke brushed off his father's patriotic comment, riling him up. Alpha Ashworth cleared his throat. We're ready. Alpha Ashworth hoisted Anna onto his back. All her brothers had their time with her, their emotions intense. Alpha Ashworth called all his children for a family hug. Luke felt a piece of Anna's heart break. You all are the first step into rebuilding our pack. You are the leaders into our future. I have not doubt in my mind that you will not fail us in this task. Alpha Ashworth spoke to the crowd. A sudden breeze rustled the trees. Simul autumn resurgmus, Alpha Ashworth shouted to the wind. Simul autumn resurgmus. Chorused the Ashworth pack as the college gens shifted. Howls filled the air as they disappeared. Asher, Ari, Rowan, and Jared came up to Anna. She gave them a last pet and kiss on the nose before they set off. Alpha Ashworth hugged Anastasia tightly. Luke walked back to the balcony to give them privacy. Hey, don't cry, Luke murmured, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Anna curled up on him as he sat in the hammock. You're going to wake Axel up. She chuckled as he threaded his fingers through her hair. What is your pack motto? Anna asked as the sun set. Familia ante omnia. He replied. Family, over all. Be it by blood or bond. Anna smiled. What does yours mean? Together. We rise. Be it by blood or bond. They laughed as the night ushered in. Anastasia shrieked in mock fear as Damien chased her, running circles around Dad and Niall. They were going home, after 2 weeks of work with Blackwell help. The rest of the injured wolves, women, and kids were returning. Anastasia had recovered most strength and was cleared by doctors yesterday, receiving a full physiotherapy plan to get her back to dancing standard. Axel was allowed to travel but left behind to organize the cars and the pack. Not only you, Damien said as he tackled her and hoisted her over his shoulder. She grunted as he laughed. I swear you two have regressed your mentalities to those of 3-year-olds. Niall muttered. Oh. Damien retaliated, pulling out the multisyllabic words, are we? Damien. She warned. She apologized to Niall, who was stressed coordinating everything. She felt the floor beneath her feet as they arrived at her second home in the Blackwell territory. She walked right into the kitchen doorway. Emma and Jonathan were dressed. Remnants of breakfast on the table. Morning, everyone. She greeted them. Morning, dear. Emma said. All ready for today? All set. Dad and she answered in unison. She felt a mournful tug and quietly excused herself. Walking up to Luke's room, she stood at the foot of their bed, watching Luke by the window. His recovery milestone this week was walking without a mobility aid. She admired his newfound confidence. Her wolf crooned in delight. She wrapped her arms around him from behind. Are you ready? She murmured, kissing his shoulder blade. Yes. His answer was devoid of emotion. Seth and Brian will be here in 10 minutes. Seth and Brian were heading to Ashworth territory with them. She reached out via the bond, finding his thoughts and emotions closed off. She hummed quietly. I'm not ready. His confession broke the quiet. She looked up as he turned, gripping her hips. I'm not ready for you to go. She hugged him, burying her face in his chest. Her heart broke at his unspoken plea. But she had decided she wasn't coming back for a long while. She was skeptical about leaving Luke with the new tension between him and Jonathan. But her pack needed her. You know I have to do this, she said quietly. I know. Luke sighed, pressing a kiss to her hair. Curse the goddess for giving me such a strong mate. She chuckled as her name chorused from below. Luke released her, and they headed down the stairs. Morning. Luke greeted everyone. Seth and Brian arrived. Emma handed out lunch bags, saying they wouldn't stop except for bathroom breaks. It's only a 5-hour drive, she said incredulously. Clearly you underestimate us. Brian grinned, taking the bag. Luke chuckled and pulled her close. The adults continued talking until a loud shout of frustration echoed Axel. She burst out laughing. Axel, we're coming. Dad snorted as they headed outside. You boys with me, she grinned, twirling her key. Only if you let Luke be in charge of the music, Seth stated. Your playlists are all over the place. Just deal with it, she retaliated. Luke opened the driver's side for her. Axel, don't drive too fast. Okay, I don't want to get lost. You have a... She glared at him. GPS. I also have a big brother, she sing-songed in reply. He ruffled her hair before she got in. Luke took shotgun. Seth and Brian hopped in the back seat. The convoy started, Axel leading, followed by the Blackwell vehicle. Then her car, followed by her pack, and Damien bringing up the rear. She settled in as the boys argued over the AUX cord. Halfway on the road. After a break, Luke took the wheel. She smiled at him, the sun highlighting his scar. He grabbed her hand and kissed it. Luke was slowly recovering. He kept her hand in his as he drove. Seth and Brian were napping. I'm excited to see Ashworth lands firsthand. Luke smiled. You'll love it, she told him. It's a bit smaller than Blackwell territory with respect to infrastructure, because we're so close to the mountains, but it's wonderful territory to explore. Once I'm with you. Luke grinned. Her eyes opened wide. And her chest hurt as the great 3-story house came into view. Her fingers shook as she turned the car off and stepped outside. The brisk, cold air was heaven. She smelled rich soil, fir, and pine trees. Her wolf stretched and howled, waking for the first time in a long time. She heard her pack and the Blackwells coming. She was home. Luke felt her excitement. He hugged her. Welcome home, he purred. Anastasia. Dad called. She saw him and her brothers on the steps. Tears came. She ran towards them, engulfing them in a group hug. This was real. Please tell me you're not going to call a pack meeting, she begged Dad. Dad chuckled. We'll talk with everyone tonight, go. She grinned, sprinted back to Luke, and grabbed his hand. Come on. She slowed her pace as they disappeared into the forest to the shifting clearing. Luke pulled her to a halt, asking warily, Are you sure about this? We should be fine, she replied, taking off her top slowly. Theoretically. Her skin was hot from anticipation and Luke's gaze. Luke echoed. Theoretically. As he stripped down too. This was their first shift since the battle. She shivered as the familiar tingle ran down her spine. The shift felt natural. She breathed deeply as her limbs changed and she was clothed in fur. She opened her eyes to the sharper vision of her wolf. They groaned as they stretched, their bodies hurting from weeks of constraint. A low growl captured their attention as Luke walked towards her. His power in wolf form was undeniable. She scanned Luke, both desperately needed training. Her wolf ran her body under Luke's muzzle before sitting before him. Luke's wolf looked at her with love and pride. His scar transferred over to his wolf, wearing it as a badge of honor. How do you feel? Luke asked. Physically, I'm okay, she replied. Definitely not up to fighting Finest anytime soon. Hopefully we won't have to anytime soon. Her wolf whined and bounded up, ready to run and show their mate around. Luke's wolf snorted in amusement, reluctantly getting up. She licked his muzzle once before they sprinted off. They covered every inch of territory their bodies allowed. She showed him the community spots. They visited the northeastern boundary where the Nightwalker pack had devastated the lands. Her wolf helped with soil remediation work by digging, showering Jared and Rowan. She could smell the acrid poison, but it was not at a high concentration. Next, she took Luke to her favorite spots: the den she made years ago near the river, and the rock ledge near the waterfall. They stayed curled up together on the ledge, feeling emotional. They didn't leave until Dad called them back for the pack bonfire. Luke and she walked hand in hand to the bonfire. She fell into conversation with her family, Emma and Jonathan, while Luke met with Seth, Jason, and Brian. Work was going well. Are you going to tell them? She asked Dad, looking at their pack. Not tonight, Dad mused. Let them just rejoice that they're back home. You're an amazing alpha. You know that. She leaned her head on his shoulder. You brought everyone home, at almost the cost of losing you, he said bitterly. I'm not the best, Dad. You don't need to be the best. You did what you had to do. We all did, and that meant putting our lives on the line for the pack. What matters now is that we're all here. Alive and well. You sound so much like your mother. You know that. She was tackled by kids and dragged into their games. Her brother's laughter echoed as they walked back to the house. She was huddled into Luke's chest. Carried bridal style. Luke placed her on her feet, on the porch. She turned to go inside. But he was not following. Luke, she cocked her head. He gestured for her to go inside. Damien assessed Luke. Smiled knowingly. And shoved her inside. Closing the door. What is going on? She looked around at her brothers, who had taken a protective stance. Dad laughed loudly before there was a knock. Dad opened the door to reveal Luke. Hell, Alpha Ashworth. My name is Luke Blackwell. Her brothers snickered. She bit her lip, realizing Luke was formally introducing himself as her mate. Dad did the typical scare tactic talk on the porch. When they came back inside, her brothers were sobered up. Do you have something, Luke asked half threateningly. Just remember, Asher piped up, that if you get up to funny business. Ari added, that you're on our territory now. They all chorused. All right, bedtime, she commanded, taking Luke's hand. Within a half hour, they were asleep. Luke jolted awake, heart pounding, eyes darting. The bed was empty. Morning. Anna cooed soothingly in his head. I'm in the kitchen. Come down for breakfast. He growled lowly, intending it just for Anna. But it riled up the other wolves. Anna called out, sorry. He headed downstairs, passing her bright room. The Ashworth family was gathered. Anna was at the stove, talking with Rowan, Jared, Asher, and Ari. The older members and Luke's parents discussed business. Good morning, Anna chorused happily as he buried his face in her neck, kissing her mark. Breakfast will be done in a few. How is your ankle? He murmured. Fine. Rotate it, please. The cracking sounds from her joint made her family look over. You're not skipping physiotherapy again, he growled. I've let it slide because you've been doing a lot of work, but not anymore. Yes, Anna answered, distracted. Breakfast was ready. He frowned as Anna picked at her food. And Alpha Ashworth was unusually quiet. All right, Axel growled. What the heck is going on? He jabbed his fork accusingly at Anna and his father. What have you two been hiding? Damien reprimanded Axel. Axel used a name that caused both Anna and Alpha Ashworth to growl. I don't care. They've been talking behind our backs and I hate being left in the dark. Just like you, Anastasia. Anna tensed but kept her cool. She looked at Axel. Don't get angry at me. Then would you care to tell us? Axel sneered at his father. Alpha Ashworth calmly ate his omelet. Luke grasped Anna's clammy hand under the table. My boys, Alpha Ashworth said solemnly, I want you to know that each and every one of you are a blessing in my life. My daughter, you are the light of my life. For many years I have balanced my love for you and my love and duty for my pack, but I am afraid that I can no longer continue this. Not after seeing you all so hurt and nearly losing one of my children. He took a deep breath before saying the words. I am stepping down as Alpha of the Ashworth pack. The room exploded with protests and disbelief. Anna's quiet question to Damien made everyone shut up. Dad. Damien's voice was shaky. We're not ready. I am not ready. My boy. Alpha Ashworth smiled, reminding Damien he took the reins during the ordeal. He said all his sons emerged victorious and were ready. It's time to think about the pack's future, and the future is right in front of me. Anna hugged Damien, assuring him they were ready. She cleared her throat. You guys will have to learn to do this without me, Anna. Luke asked. His attention captured. Anna smiled. I've been talking and thinking, and I came to a decision after talking with Dad and Emma and Alpha Blackwell this morning. I would like to join the Blackwell pack, when you all have taken over. She grinned at Luke. Luke was dumbfounded but slowly grinned. Anna, are you serious? 100%. Anna grinned. She got a reply from the college that morning, offering an audition next year, forcing her into a gap year for healing. Luke grinned and laughed loudly, tackling her and spinning her around. His fears vanished. Oh, Anastasia. He breathed. Goddess Anna Bear. Ari muttered. You're going to throw our pack into chaos. Jared said. Anna shrugged. We have 7 lunar cycles to figure things out. Now. Anna's stomach growled. Can we please continue with breakfast? Later. Luke and Anastasia walked along the stream. When are you going to tell your friends? Luke asked. When they've settled. Anna replied. Haley and Kenna were moving together. Zayden and Kyle were preparing for their mates to move in. I see everyone is taking this opportunity to start something new. Luke kissed the back of her hand. Of course. You must be the drastic one. Hey. She bumped into him. You have 7 months to prepare. Goddess help us when you arrive. Luke grinned. Oh, trust me, honey. They'll know. She countered. A thought gnawed at him. Anna, I don't want to sound self-centered, but you're not doing this just for me, right? Anna smiled. She explained she was not joining just to prevent him and his father from fighting. They needed to find understanding. She stopped, cupped his cheek, making his wolf growl contentedly. I am doing this because I love you. I love you. Luke murmured before kissing her. He reflected that he never would have believed the woman who nearly decapitated a rogue wolf would be the love of his life. He acknowledged their messy start but believed this was the beginning of something new. Almost poetic. Anna teased, listening into his thoughts. Oh, shut up. He countered, pulling her in for a kiss again. Luke stood in the field, the grass brushing against his thighs. He surveyed the lands of his pack. My pack. His father had announced retirement over a month ago. Luke would take over when Anastasia moved in. The decision was for the best. The pack needed a new direction. People came to Luke for advice, leading to fights and necessary weekend escapes to Ashworth lands. Luke. He turned to face Anastasia. She was dressed in a beautiful white dress. She proudly displayed his mark. Her hair was pinned with her mother's pin, the one she wore when she joined the Ashworth pack. She smiled, and the light around her shone brighter. Anna. He breathed as he kissed her forehead. They're ready. She smiled, fixing his shirt to ensure his mark was visible. Are you ready? He searched her face and thoughts. Anna smiled and cupped his face. I am. Are you? More than I ever will be. He murmured, kissing her softly. They savored the moment. Hey, cut it out. This is no time to play hooky. Anna and Luke laughed as Jason and Zayden interrupted. Their fingers curled together as they walked towards the ceremony. I have a hunch that this is going to be a recurring moment in our lives. Anna commented. Not for me. She's your problem now. Shaden yoked. Anna whacked Xaden. Definitely not going to miss the violence. Xaden muttered. Luke squeezed Anna's hand. This is it. Anna said softly, her nervousness contagious. If you think about it, there's only one other time you'll have to do something like this. Let's think of it as a trial run. He said reassuringly. Do I get a money-back guarantee? Anna smiled wickedly. He laughed softly. More like a lifetime guarantee. He stole one last kiss. See you at the end of the aisle. Anna smiled and darted to the back. Luke slipped into the clearing. The decor was simple, with peonies hanging from every tree. A fire roared. The Blackwell pack sat in a rough circle. His parents and the elders stood by the distinct aisle. When they sighted the first star, Dad raised his hand, and the clearing quieted. Good evening to all. Dad started. He spoke of the goddess blessing wolves with intense love and the tangible bond that forms between mates. And tonight, we are here to welcome a new but not unknown member to the Blackwell pack. The mate of my son, Luke Amos Blackwell. The pack cheered. Luke stepped forward. May I present my mate? Anastasia, Lila Ashworth. All eyes turned as the Ashworth pack entered. Anna was nestled in white, smiling at Luke, surrounded by her brothers, whose power as new alphas was undeniable. Simon Ashworth stood behind her, beaming. Anna and her brothers walked to where Luke stood. Damien said softly, "Tonight we say goodbye to the pride and joy of our lives." Niel continued. "We all knew this day was inevitable, and we all knew that we would never be ready to let you go." Asher asked Luke to keep their sister safe and protect her with his life. Ari choked out that she would die 1,000 deaths for him. Jared smiled. "To a long and happy journey together." Rowan grinned. Axel ended. "And hell damn all those who plot against you." Anna blinked back tears, hugging and kissing each brother goodbye. Luke reached out his hand and kissed her temple. They turned to face his parents. Dad asked if anyone objected to Anastasia Lila Ashworth joining the pack. The clearing remained quiet. "Anastasia, you have undoubtedly displayed your loyalty and your bravery," Mom said with a smile. "I would be honored to have you as a member of our pack." Anastasia Ashworth. Dad's voice boomed. "Welcome to the Blackwell pack." A loud cheer rang out. Luke hugged Anna, and they kissed softly. "Now, please join me in opening our minds and welcome to our newest member to our pack," Dad announced. A spike of dread ran through Anna. Luke looked keenly at Anna. "If at any moment it becomes too much, tell me." Anna set her jaw bravely. "I will be okay," she murmured. Luke held Anna's hands. Their foreheads pressed together. Her thoughts and emotions surged towards the pack's mind link. He swallowed as he opened the gate. His mind instantly got louder. "Salve Advenus." Brian, Jason and Seth murmured, "Salve Advenus." Anna replied. One by one, the Blackwell pack welcomed her. Anna gripped his hands tighter as the mental influx increased, pushing through the pounding in her head and nausea. At last, they cut their mutual connection. People surged towards them. Anna stayed close, her hand wound around his waist. As the welcome party started, "So, what's next?" Anna looked up at him, buzzed from excitement. "Well, there is a beach house vacation with our names written all over it," Luke murmured, teasingly kissing her neck right above her mark. It's a good thing I did some shopping then," Anna murmured. Luke chuckled and kissed her forehead. He reflected that he never thought his life would end up like this. All because he fell in love with the Alpha's daughter.